It's all ready. Speak of the devil. We're live on YouTube now, Mr. Mayor. If you can start the meeting.
Thank you, Peppa. Good evening, members, and those watching on the YouTube live stream. Before I begin this meeting, I wish to pay tribute to the late Councillor Janet Goodwin, who sadly passed away on December. Our thoughts go out to her family and friends. At this time, I would like to invite group leaders to share a few words at this time. Councillor Holdridge.
Councillor Holdridge, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Now you're reminding me, weren't you? Okay. Councillor Janet Violet Goodwin. Many of you may not have been aware of that Janet had been seriously ill for more than 2 years. But being the very private person she was, she hid it well with courage and dignity. I was honoured to be asked to take part in Janet's funeral. Janet was a mother of Melissa and well-known businesswoman, setting up her own hairdressing salon, and in later years ran successfully her own travel company. Janet's contribution to this city, her ward, and to this council was huge. Never one to shout or stamp her feet. She always making her points by her personality, calm, warm, and with a smile, which gained respect across this whole council. Rest in peace, lovely lady. Your council salutes you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Holdridge. Councillor Shaznawaz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to echo Councillor Holdridge's statement. I got to know Janet pretty well over the last 4 years, and she was one of those people that the more you got to know her, the more you liked her, and the more you liked her, the more you wanted to get to know her. And I know she had a passion for training people, but she was also a lifelong learner. And I must admit, she was a tremendous teacher. She was friends with everybody. She would go out of her way to share knowledge, experience, guidance. And that's why she made a wonderful chair of the Education Scrutiny Committee. And the more I got to know her, the more friendly we became. And one day at full council, she said, "Shaz, why do you wear these weird colored suits?" I said, "Janet, it's not the colors that are weird. It's the person who's wearing them who is quite weird." And she looked at me and she said, "Really, Shaz, if anybody wants to be a councillor, they've got to be weird." And we both laughed and ended the conversation there. So I have many fond memories of Janet. She'll be deeply missed, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shaznawaz. Councillor Sanford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to endorse the comments that Councillor Holdridge and Councillor Shaznawaz have put forward. I didn't have a particularly close personal relationship with Janet, but I did come across her quite a lot at full council meetings and also on occasions when I attended the Education Committee. I actually often had some sort of arguments with her over issues of procedure and council policy and that sort of thing. But I think I can say they were always good-humoured arguments, and I think a bit like Shaz, I can remember on a number of occasions when we're in the council chamber before the commencement of a meeting, she'd perhaps come up to me and say, "Oh, Nick, you do need a haircut, you know." And I think unfortunately these days I don't have that problem because I haven't got quite so much hair, but she was always really good humoured, and you know, she would always make a friendly comment every time you saw her. So I'm actually really sad to see her. I'm actually really sad that she's no longer going to be part of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Sandford. Councillor Lang.
Thank you. Janet was much loved and respected councillor, and Warrington councillors offer their sympathy and deepest condolences to her family. Janet's closest friends and colleagues will have memories to hold, and ours will be of a lady who greeted you with the warmest smile and with a courteousness and compassion that became her. She was just that kind of person. Sadly, we've lost a councillor and a friend, but one we shall not forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor Hull.
Closest friends and colleagues will have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We join our colleagues in mourning the loss of Councillor Goodwin. Janet was a resident of our ward, and we know the extent to which she was loved by so many people in Peterborough. We extend our best wishes to Janet's family and friends, and also to Councillors Farouk and Howard on the loss of their beloved colleague.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. I also wish to extend my sympathy on behalf of the council to the families of the past councillor Palm Cradding, past councillor Zahid Hussain, and the community leader Brian Gascoigne, all of whom we have lost in recent months. Will member now please join me in a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Thank you. Members, please, can I introduce Canon Ian Black, who will be saying prayer this evening.
Good evening. Pleasure to be with you. Yesterday, we had the stark announcement that 100,000, we'd passed that milestone of 100,000 people having died from coronavirus during this pandemic. And I'd like to begin with a prayer which has been issued by the Church of England for those who mourn, and as we remember those who have died, and reflect on all that's happened over this last year and going forward. Gracious God, as we remember before you the thousands who have died, surround us and all who mourn with your strong compassion. Be gentle with us in our grief. Protect us from despair and give us grace to persevere and face the future with hope. In Jesus Christ, our risen Lord. Amen. Today is Holocaust Memorial Day, and of course earlier on we had the commemoration with the Mayor laying the wreath at the memorial in St John's Square. And so a prayer which has been issued, was issued last year by Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mervis, the Archbishop of Canterbury Justin Welby, and Senior Imam Kwari Asim for Holocaust Memorial Day. Loving God, we come to you with heavy hearts, remembering the 6 million Jewish souls murdered during the Holocaust. In the horrors of that history, when so many groups were targeted because of their identity, and in genocides which followed, we recognize destructive prejudices that drive people apart. Forgive us when we give space to fear, negativity and hatred of others, simply because they are different from us. In the light of God, we see everyone as equally precious manifestations of the divine and can know the courage to face the darkness. Through our prayers and actions, help us to stand together with those who are suffering, so that light may banish all darkness, love will prevail over hate, and good will triumph over evil. Amen. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, could I just beg a moment to congratulate Ian on his promotion, and thank you sincerely for your contribution to this city, because you've been a good ally to this city and you've participated in many of our civic events. Thank you, and all the best in your new role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Holdridge. Thank you. Welcome everyone to this meeting of full council. I will now hand over to Rachel as head of the constitutional service to go through some housekeeping points for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, in order for this virtual meeting to run smoothly, please keep your cameras switched on at all times and keep your microphones muted, except when you're invited to speak by myself or the monitoring officer. Any member wishing to speak during debate should indicate this by clicking the blue raised hand function in the participants screen. Some members may have a newer version of the Zoom system, in which case the raised hands function has moved from the participants section to the reactions section and is now in yellow. When I invite you to speak, please unmute your microphone, make your comment, and then mute yourself again. If we run into technical problems, the meeting may be adjourned while we address this. If your connection fails during the meeting and you're unable to reconnect, one of the Democratic Services team will contact you. I would remind members that all virtual meetings are recorded. As we are meeting virtually, it is important that members adhere to the rules of debate, so it is clear to the public what is happening. Through the Mayor, myself and the Monitoring Officer, we will be enforcing these rules strictly this evening and ask members behave in a respectful manner. We aim to take a break around 7:30 this evening for about 10 minutes and hopefully should finish the meeting around 9:10 this evening. Before we begin, I'll hand over to Pippa, Democratic and Constitutional Services Manager, to take a roll call. Over to you, Pippa.
Thank you, Rachel, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take a roll call now. If you could unmute yourselves when I call your name and just confirm that you're present for the live stream, please. So, Councillor Aitken.
Present.
Councillor Ali.
Present, and good evening, everyone.
Councillor Allen.
Present.
Councillor Ash.
Yep, good evening.
Councillor Ayres.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Barkham.
Good evening, team.
Councillor Bisbee.
Good evening, I'm present.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
Present.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Burbidge.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Casey.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Seresti.
Hello.
Councillor Coles.
Present.
Councillor Day.
Present.
Councillor Dowson.
Present.
Councillor Ellis.
Hello, I'm present. Thanks.
Councillor Farouk.
Present.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, present, Pippa.
Councillor John Fox. Councillor Judy Fox.
Present.
Councillor Harper.
Present.
Councillor Haynes.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hemraj.
Present.
Councillor Hiller.
Yes, I'm here, Pippa. Thanks.
Councillor Hogg.
Present.
Councillor Holditch.
Present.
Councillor Howard.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Howell.
Present.
Councillor Hussain.
Good evening all, present.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
Present.
Councillor Azar Iqbal. Councillor Azar Iqbal. All right, I'll come back to him at the end. Councillor Jamil.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Joseph.
Present, Pippa, thank you.
Councillor Lane.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Lillis.
Present. Thanks, Pippa.
Councillor Murphy.
Present.
Councillor Nadeem.
Present.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
Good evening and present.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
I'm here, thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Over.
Present.
Councillor Keam.
Present. Good evening.
Councillor Robinson.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Rush.
Present.
Councillor Sanford.
Here, thank you.
Councillor Seaton.
Good evening, present.
Councillor Shahid.
Even all presents, thanks, Pippa.
Yeah,
Councillor
present,
Simons.
Pippa.
Councillor Skipstead.
Present.
Councillor Walsh.
Yes, I'm present.
Councillor Warren.
Good evening and present.
Councillor Wigan.
Present.
Councillor Yassin.
Present, thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Yergatine.
Present, Pippa, thank you.
Just back to Councillor Azar Iqbal. I can see that you're here, Councillor Iqbal. I'm just going to ask you to unmute. All right, I can see that you're here, Councillor Iqbal. I'm just going to get one of the team to give you a call to help you out. No, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any apology for absent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we've had apologies from Councillors Lamb and Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, a declaration of interest. I will hand over to monitoring officer to run through the declaration of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any declarations of interest from members this evening which are not already recorded separately on their individual register of interests?
Councillor Bisbee.
Thank you. I have a position that I hold that may be impacted in item 13.2. So it's conflict of interest, I believe.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres?
I wish to declare an interest in relation to one of the motions, number 13.5, Councillor Sanford's motion, and I think in consequence I leave the meeting and don't vote.
Thank you. Yes, we'll move you into the waiting room, Councillor Ayres, when that happens. Councillor Fitzgerald?
I think if you try Councillor Azza Iqbal again, he was having trouble with his internet. He's telling me he is online, so if you want to call him again, he may well respond this time.
Okay, Councillor Azza Iqbal, can you just confirm that you're present for me by turning off the mic on your microphone?
He's doing it on a phone.
Can you unmute your mic, Councillor Iqbal, please? I think you've turned your camera off.
Can you unmute him, Pippa?
No, I can't.
Oh, we'll have to wait then, I guess.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, minutes of the meeting held on the 9th December 2020. I would like to move approval of the minute of the council meeting held on 9 December 2020. Do I have a seconder?
Happy to second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If there is no objection, I will take that as agreed. Thank you. Agenda item.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm there's no hands raised in objection.
Okay, item 4, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Agenda item 4 and 5, Mayor's announcement and leader's announcement. There are no announcements from the leader this evening. However, I would like to invite Councillor Hiller to address members to announce the winner of this year's Civic Awards. Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just start by saying the broadband delivery is sporadic and slow where I am currently. And during the planning meeting yesterday, the audio was improved considerably by my switching off the video when I spoke. I hope you'll allow me to address council this evening in a similar way. Obviously, I'm in attendance because I'm speaking. As soon as I finish speaking, of course, I will switch the video back on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2014, members, the council launched the Civic Awards, a scheme which aims to recognise residents, groups, organisations and businesses that have made a real difference to their local community. I'm proud to say this is the 7th year of the Civic Awards scheme, and tonight I have the honour of announcing the winners at this meeting of the full council. The winners will be presented with their awards in the town hall once we can safely organise the ceremony. In the meantime, should you need further information, please contact Sue Proctor, Mayoral Services Manager, either by phone or email. The Honours panel were very encouraged to see that the popularity of this programme has increased tremendously, with many well-qualified and worthy nominations being submitted. I will only be announcing the winners' names at this stage, but details of their efforts and achievements will be announced at the awards ceremony and available on the council website shortly after. So, without further ado, Mr. Mayor, it gives me great pleasure to announce the new group of Civic Award winners. The following nominees have been selected to receive Peterborough City Council Community Involvement Civic Award. They are Brian Townsend, Celcio Oliveira, Chiltern Cold Storage Group, City Leadership Forum, Del Singh, Derek Brown, Femi Ola Soko, Interfaith Support Group, Jack Hunt School, Catherine Gator Condon, King's School, Mick and Jackie Coulson, Multi-Agency Forum, Nathan Murdoch, St John Fisher School, Tom Brown, Tony Forster, Torrin Gibson, Voluntary Support Group, Zara Robson, and Wendy Sayer. Congratulations and well done to all of these people. I guess at this stage we should do a virtual clap, but as we're all on mute, it probably would be fairly academic. So let's save that till the award ceremony. The following nominee has been selected to receive Peterborough City Council's contribution to Art and Culture Award, Nathan Murdoch. Again, congratulations and well done, Nathan. The following nominee has been selected to receive Peterborough City Council's Sport Award, Stuart Hall. Congratulations and well done, Stuart. And finally, members, Mr. Mayor, the following nominees have been selected to receive Peterborough City Council's Lifetime Achievement Award. Mandy Eddings, Sarfraz Khan. Congratulations and well done to you both and to all the nominees. And that, Mr. Mayor, members, concludes this year's Civic Award announcement. On behalf of all the councillors here tonight, the recipients, nominators, and the members of our honours panel, I would like to say a huge thank you for the deserving winners, your hard work and commitment to your community and our great city. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peter Hiller. Now I move to agenda item 6, questions with notice by members of the public. There have been 3 questions submitted by the members of the public this evening. Question 1 from Carmel Leaves. Ms. Leaves, would you like to ask your question relating to city tree belt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are all acutely aware of the benefits to nature and to ourselves that the trees that make up Peterborough's shelter belts provide. Protection from air pollution and noise, as well as precious habitats for local wildlife. However, for the trees to thrive, for the shelter belts to fulfil their intended purpose, and to keep people and property safe, our shelter belts must be properly and regularly maintained. Residents in part of Orton, where the shelter belts were once glorious, are increasingly concerned that after decades of growth, many of the trees now present a threat to the property and people. We do understand the Council's tree and woodland strategy sets out policies on how the Council's trees should be maintained, but many of us feel that the Orton's shelter belts should be treated differently. The tree officers can only do what the policy allows and tells us they cannot do anything about the height of the trees. We are seriously worried that many of the trees have become top heavy and that there is a real risk that properties could be badly damaged should the trees fall in high winds. Would the Council consider revisiting the policy on the shelter belt to return them to their former glory and to ensure the safety of our communities?
Thank you. Councillor Hiller, would you like to respond?
Yes, I'm more than happy to. I guess this particular question covers both Councillor Seresti's portfolio and my own, but I'm more than happy to answer the question from Leaves. Peterborough City Council belts are maintained in accordance with sound agricultural practice, and works to these trees are regulated under felling licenses administered by the Forestry Commission. The current management arrangements are regularly endorsed by the Forestry Commission, evidenced by recently approved felling licenses based on proposals defined within the current trees and woodland strategy. I'd like to take the opportunity to reassure anyone with an interest that the Council's shelter belts are routinely inspected for health and safety reasons. Where evidence of unacceptable hazards has been identified, action will most certainly be taken to mitigate any risk. The trees are inspected by competent trained staff within Aragon Direct Services. Actions to reduce the height of shelter belt trees is considered inappropriate management and is likely to lead to greater risks, not less, and would be highly unlikely to obtain favourable support by tree officers. Equally, it would not be recommended by officers as appropriate policy within any future updates of our trees and woodland strategy. I hope that helps. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. Ms. Leaves, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hillier. I appreciate what you say, but the trees are at an enormous height, and I'd argue that the height is a safe height, and I think they are actually at a risk. And I would invite you to come yourself and look at the shelter belt that goes down alongside my house to see for yourself the heights of the trees and how they would pose such a risk should high winds actually get them down, because my property would be damaged. As well as that, if anything had to fall into the garden, it could damage property there or people that be there. So I would invite you out to have a look at them if your diary allows.
Councillor Hiller, do you want to respond, please?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mayor. I think that was probably more of an invitation than a question, but I would be very happy to organise an officer's visit from Aragon Direct Services. My diary certainly will allow, under the current COVID regulations, if it's allowed, and I will certainly check with Democratic Services. I would be more than happy to come down and have a look, but I'm not a tree expert, I have to say, but I will certainly organise a visit from Aragon Direct Services. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. Question 2 from James Brown. Mr. Brown, would you like to ask your question relating to unadopted roads?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for Councillor Hiller. The list of unadopted roads that can be found on the council website is an invaluable help when one of the many problems with these roads rears their head. Another pothole, more flooding, or a streetlight going dark. However, actually using the contact details for developers who own the roads is an effort in futility. Most of them have very limited opening hours, especially in this time of COVID. And when you do get through, it takes an age to get to the right department to even start the process of getting something fixed. Then let's not mention having to do it all over and over again, as the problem probably won't be fixed for months, weeks, months, or longer, most likely. Therefore, as the council has said many times that it can't adopt roads until the developer has brought them up to a particular standard, perhaps it can help in another way. The council has the people and the know-how to deal with developers on a variety of issues. Officers know how they work and have the ability to know who to talk to and what to talk to them about. Would it be possible to set up a contact person or team at the council who any issues with unadopted roads could be sent to? This contact person or team at the council, this contact can then use these skills and knowledge to work on the residents' behalf to get these problems fixed, instead of individuals having to chase and chase and chase to get the basic provisions they deserve.
Councillor Hiller, would you like to respond, please?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for the question. I would say I'm not sure there's any need to set up a specific team for this, because the council's officers are more than happy to pass on any inquiries received from members or of the public, or indeed ward councillors on these matters, to the relevant developer, and of course encourage that developer takes appropriate action. But I'm more than happy, Mr. Brown, to have a contact detail sent to you and made widely available from our team to ensure that there is a contact number, email address, and somebody that you know you can talk to. Quite happy to do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brown, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. I do see there is an email to the Highways Department team on the website, on the adopted roads section. However, some local people I've talked to have tried to use that email, to get some help. And unfortunately, it seems perhaps due to manpower issues or something like this, that trying to get a response and for them to actually take it further to the developers is very rare. And I was just wondering, all these payments that the developers make to the council when they make these estates, could some of these funds go to increase this team to actually help the public get what they need?
Councillor Hiller, do you want to come back, please?
Yes, I'm happy to, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Brown. Thank you for your follow-up question, Mr. Brown. If anyone achieves an ambition to become a ward councillor, you'll quickly have to realise that any resident should be able to contact his or her elected representative for what I hope would be a helpful and worthwhile response to a perceived reported problem. I also hope most councillors will have the relevant knowledge to be able to contact specific council officers to progress an inquiry. I'm fully confident our Conservative councillors in the Hampton wards are indeed available all year round and serious about progressing residents' queries. So your direct contact, Mr. Brown, and anybody else that's interested and resident in that area would be to your ward councillors, who are very effective. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hiller. Question 3 from James Brown. Mr. Brown, would you like to ask your question relating to school places? Councillor Eyre, would you like? Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the decision of Cabinet on the 16th of November 2020, child yield multipliers, refers to surveying new communities, including the Hamptons. Can the Cabinet member answer the following? A, what is the current method used for forecasting education provision locally and the impacts of new developments? B, why is there a need to move away from the current method? C, what is the benefit of the new system, or are there issues with the existing method which could have, for instance, impacted on the decision to approve the VA school at Hampton Water? D, when is it intended that these new multipliers would come into effect? And E, how were the surveys of residents distributed, and will the outcomes be shared with the respondents? There have been repeated assurances by local councillors Marcus Foresti, David Seaton, John Howard and Mohammed Farouk that, and I quote, all Hampton children will get a place at a Hampton school, end quote, once the new St John Henry Newman Catholic Primary School opens in Hampton Water in 2022. This school will operate with a selective oversubscription criteria, and as a voluntary aided school, governors are able to consult on amending their admission criteria annually. Therefore, from the second year of admissions, there is the potential for all admissions to be selected based on faith, as per the diocese's original proposal. Councillors have stated that there are 4 other primary schools within Hampton offering a variety of choice. Data from the council's website shows that in 2020, Hampton Hargate School received 255 applications for 90 spaces, Hampton Lakes 96 for 60, Hampton Vale 133 for 90, and Hampton College 169 for 60. Could the Cabinet member therefore please clarify how places for all local children can be guaranteed as stated?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Councillor Ayres, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would. And thank you very much for all of your questions, Mr. Brown. I shall attempt to answer them all in turn, but there's quite a lot to do, I think. So forgive me if I speak a lot. In answer to your question A, I can say that each year the local authority is required to complete a school capacity return to the Department for Education. And this return includes a forecast of future pupil numbers. Regulations require the local authority to provide a statement to accompany the school capacity return of its forecast methodology. And so in reply to your question B, the forecasting method has not changed. Rather, the reference data pertaining to children living in new housing developments has been updated. As stated in the original Cabinet paper, this data is kept under regular review, and this update was based on completion of new housing development surveys for parts of Paston, the Hamptons and Stanground. And in answer to C, I can say that the new housing development multipliers adopted for the whole of Peterborough in November 2020 would not have made a difference to the earlier decision not to approve the VA school. This is because a specific demographic report called the Review of Demography, establishing a VA Roman Catholic school at Hampton Water, was produced in December 2019 to aid that decision making, and this report took full account of the higher child numbers experienced in the Hampton area. The demographic report actually said that it noted a tight fit between forecast demand and places up to 23-24, a point that was explored in detail through further answers provided to Scrutiny Committee at the time. The paper to November 2020 Cabinet on pupil forecasting and new developments follows on from this situation to answer the question, what does this experience of the Hamptons mean for our general policy? With the completed new development surveys providing robust evidence for us to negotiate with developers in regard to future new housing developments. It should also be noted that demand versus need for new school places was only one of 11 areas, including finance, which the council as decision maker had to take into account when determining whether or not to support the proposal to open this new voluntary aided school. So my reply to little d, which you asked me, was the answer is that it comes in with immediate effect following the Cabinet decision to approve the multipliers on the 16th of November 2020. My answer to your E question...
Apologies to interrupt, Councillor Ayres, but that is time.
Can I not proceed any further, as there was such a copious amount of questions accepted here?
That'd be at the chair's discretion.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could answer all of these questions, as there were quite a few of them, and I accept entirely that they're relevant questions and they need answering. Alternatively, I will have to give a written response to Mr. Brown, which I will do, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, do you? Yes. Are you? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Ayres has got a valid point. There was a lot of questions in this question, and perhaps you could offer her a little bit longer to speak.
Yeah,
I'll try and fall short on what I'm going to say. So, if I could just refer to the question of surveys of the surveys of residents distributed, and will the outcomes be shared? The answer is that the surveys were distributed by post. Residents had the option of completing the survey in writing or by going online. Previously, officers have presented findings back to open meetings of local residents groups, but understandably during this pandemic, this has not happened yet. We hope to do that towards the end of February. And finally, the answer to your question F is that at no stage has it been stated that all local children will be guaranteed a place. As explained in the demographic report accompanying the Cabinet Member Decision Notice in January 2020, forecasting cannot deal in guarantees. However, experience across the diocese, not just in Peterborough, has been that pupils in Roman Catholic primary schools are overwhelmingly local children living less than 2 miles away from their school, and they expect this to be the case at St John Henry Newman School. In addition, the evidence available indicates that there will, in all likelihood, be more places available to serve the local community in the Hamptons than the proposed over-admissions criteria for the new school would suggest. This has been the case in the year 2020-21. It is the school's governing body that is the admissions authority for the school. In accordance with the statutory admissions code, the school's governing body will review its admissions arrangements on an annual basis, and the council itself is a consultee. This includes reviewing the provision of open spaces. The governing body could potentially change its approach to opening places, but the diocese has repeated its commitment to ensure the admission arrangements continue to reflect the needs of the local community. In addition, the diocese has reiterated the assurances it gave to members at the meeting of the Scrutiny Committee in December 2019, namely that if the council advises that there is a need to open additional classes ahead of the currently agreed class structure, they will be happy for the school to do so. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your questions, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and I'm sorry for the length of that. I do really think that we need to drill down on the detail of this huge change in this child multiplier. From 1998 to 2020, the Council asked developers to contribute and planned possible schools based on 4 0 to 3-year-olds, 25 primary age children and 17 secondary children per 100 houses. Last November, you approved the change to 25 0 to 3-year-olds, 40 primary age and 28 secondary school children. Some simple maths tells me that's a huge increase. Why has it taken 22 years to update this? And how much money could that quicker update have saved the council? And would this have affected new schools in the city approved before the decision?
Answer is?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's a rather detailed question for me tonight, Mr. Brown. What I would like to do, if I can, is give you a written response to that, because I think that will be more helpful to you than me trying to get through details on my paperwork tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Ayres.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me for interrupting, but I believe we've been able to resolve Councillor Eric Bell's muting issue. So if I could just confirm with Councillor Iqbal that you can hear me now, Councillor Iqbal?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also apologies, I did miss Councillor Bashir off the attendance list. So just to confirm, Councillor Bashir is all.
Thank you, Pippa. I am present.
Thank you. Thank you, Pippa. The agenda item 7, we are going now, the item 7 petitions. There are no petitions this evening from the public. Are there any petition from the members?
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Agenda item 8, amendment to the virtual meetings protocol. Agenda item 8 is in relation to the virtual meeting protocol. Information on this can be found in the agenda pack on page 19. Rachel will now open the debate.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Shaz Nawaz, would you like to move the recommendations, please?
I would. Thank you, Rachel and Mr. Mayor. Members will recall at the last council meeting, we trialled a new arrangement for questions on notice to members to be asked in writing only. Following our conversation at group leaders, we felt that this had assisted in council meetings or full council meetings becoming more efficient, but we wanted to consider an opportunity for members to ask supplementary questions on the evening. Therefore, in agreement with other group members or group leaders, I propose that we amend the virtual meetings protocol to require questions on notice to be answered in writing only, but supplementary questions be asked verbally on the evening. I would like to propose that we move directly to the vote, Mr. Mayor, in order to save time to debate other matters.
Councillor Sanford, will you second the recommendations and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Yes, thank you. I would like to second the proposals been put forward. I'll actually reserve my right to speak, but I hope that we can just proceed straight to the vote on it.
Councillor Seaton, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm slightly puzzled by this because if we're not going to give a spoken answer, how can anyone watching this evening understand a supplementary question and subsequent answer? I'm afraid I think Councillor Nawaz and Councillor Sanford haven't particularly thought through this would work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Seaton. Mr. Mayor, you can carry on.
I note Councillor Nawaz's request to move straight to the vote. However, I'm aware that a member of the council wished to speak on this item, so it appropriate to open the item for debate. Rachel.
Okay, can I call on any of the speakers, please? Councillor Holditch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't support this, and I didn't support it in the group leaders either. For the very point that Councillor Seaton has just made, how can you, if you've got 3,000 people listening to this, they won't know what the first question is, they won't know what the answer is, and they certainly can't put together the supplementary question. So we think it's daft, so we will not be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Again, supporting my colleagues, Councillor Seaton and Councillor Holditch. I think if the technical team within Democratic Services and the IT can find a solution to do this, then it would make sense. But it's a nonsense. Not only is it nonsense in a live environment now, it's a nonsense for anybody looking back. So if we could publish the questions and the answers that the public can see them both now and going forward, then it would make sense. But how can we do this now? You ask a supplementary and you don't know what either the original question was or the answer. It's crackers. So chaps, take it back to the drawing board. I think we're okay to make changes, but not where they don't make sense. This doesn't make any sense at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lane, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Mr. Mayor. I do remember the group leaders meeting where the majority agreed with this motion, but I see in the written paper here that it said that written questions would be accepted and answers published. I haven't seen any published answers. And in light of that, I have to agree with the colleagues who are objecting at present. Thank you.
Councillor Farouk.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just in support of my colleagues here. If we're going to take questions as written and answers as written, then do we really need to link this up with the council meeting? I mean, these questions and answers could easily be taken place last week, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 months ago. So why are we then in effect wasting time in the city council? So I think these questions for public's interest should be spoken, and the answers should be spoken as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg, please.
I raised this very question with Democratic Services today. I was assured that the written answers would be published during the meeting as and when this was approved, or as and if it was approved. So I take on board the suggestions made by our Conservative colleagues, that currently it's not the best of solutions. And personally, I would have liked to see the answers published before the meeting, in the way that if this hadn't have been passed, it would have continued. We would have gone back to having to read them out and what have you. It might be advisable that if we do continue with this change, that we kind of leave it for one meeting, as in this meeting, and move. So from the next meeting, any questions will have their answers published in the supplemental document that we all have, and then it would still give members the ability to make a supplementary question. As I argued, when we had the temporary version last time, by not having the supplemental question, it effectively reduces the ability of elected councillors to hold the council to account in terms of what is going on, either sort of across the city. And I feel that it is democratically the right thing to do, to allow members to have a supplementary question, as they have done for many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ash, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to add an awful lot new. When I read this, I was a bit perplexed how you answer a supplementary if you don't know the question. Some ideas have been put forward, and the only suggestion I've got is that somebody puts those suggestions as an amendment, or we take another look at this, another meeting, and go against it as it's written now. But I think before I support it, it does need changing, and it does need to cover how you ask a supplementary without hearing the original question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murphy, please.
Yes, colleagues, two things. The whole purpose about doing this, one of them was to try and shorten meetings and waffle and get to the point. And so I agree with Councillor Shaznawaz that we should have moved straight to the vote and got on with it. The second thing was there seems to have been agreement within the group leaders to sort this out, and a protocol change was put before us tonight. But again, we spent more time talking about it, and we're falling into the trap of closing down councillors' abilities to represent their residents. The point of order, however, is that at our last council meeting, we agreed a protocol for one meeting, that one meeting we would have the trial and experiment. And if that didn't happen, we would go back to the previous system. We've now got a change in that protocol before us tonight, which says, actually, what we'll do is we'll quickly get an email with the written answers, and then we'll take supplementary questions if anybody's got any. However, if that proposal from Councillor Nawaz, which he talked to the group leaders about, falls, then we need to revert back to the previous previous one whereby we actually take the written questions and they're answered like we used to do 3 or 4 months ago. So we'll be here for at least another 32 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meal, please.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just find it astounding that we're arguing over something that, you know, we could have solved in a few minutes. Now, questions are put a week at least in advance. So decision or the answers that the cabinet members get are written up, and those answers could be written up as we're speaking for people who want to see on Facebook. And then a supplementary question can be asked. That would surely speed up the process. So there is, you know, sense in what is being suggested here. It's just a matter of semantics as to how democratic services put it together. So I think, you know, opposition are making a mountain out of a molehill here. And I think we just need to move on.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you very much. No, my opinion is that this needs to go back and it needs to be thought about again. I don't think it's a good motion at all. Looking at the timeline, questions are published, so there is time theoretically to look at questions. Answers are not published at the same time. They need time, they need research, they need some effort put into them. They can't be available immediately to the public. So the public come to this meeting, and how on earth are they to know what the answers are and therefore understand supplementaries? To me, it's ridiculous. I would say take it back to the drawing board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. I have no more hands raised. So, Councillor Sanford, would you like to exercise your right to speak?
Yes, I would. I'm really disappointed by what I'm hearing this evening. You know, just to be brief on this, the fact is we've got a problem. At the last council meeting, only one of the motions that was put forward got talked about. At the previous council meeting, no motions got talked about. What is the reason for that? It's because the Conservative group has insisted on reducing the time available for debate at council meetings to only 3 hours rather than 4. Now, you know, we have to find a way of getting around that problem. This is an attempt to actually get around that problem. I'm absolutely astounded that members of the Conservative group don't seem to be capable of working out how this could actually be implemented. So let me give a very quick tutorial. All that needs to happen is we currently have an additional information report that is published on the day before the council meeting. Currently, it contains the questions that have been put forward. In future, it could contain both the questions and the answers to that question. So everybody can see what the answers are, and any councillor, and the councillor, if he wants to ask a supplementary question, can. It's perfectly simple. I don't know what we're actually arguing about, but I would propose that we actually implement this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shaz Nawaz, would you like to sum up, please?
I will. Thank you very much, Rachel. I think by the sounds of it, there's some confusion here, and I'm not going to address every single question raised, because otherwise I'll be here for the next 10-15 minutes if I have that much time. But I will address a couple of observations. Councillor Walsh talks about research, but those questions are researched anyway, Councillor Walsh, and as a cabinet member, I assume you're given those answers, or those answers are shared with you by officers a day before or 2 days before. So here, what would happen is 24 hours before full council, those questions could appear online as part of the agenda items. That's a very simple solution. Councillor Holditch, I know you weren't too keen on it at group leaders, but I thought I had the indication that you would be supportive, because some of the other group leaders would support it. I don't know where you've got the figure of 3,000 people tune into the council meetings, but that would be a delight. And if you can make that happen, I would fully support it. This is done at other councils like Cambridge County Council. It's very simple. You publish the first question, the public and the member asking the question and all other members can read the answer. And then on the night, to save time, we ask the supplementary question, and it'll save us between, say, 20 minutes to half an hour. and it's going to be really efficient. So it really is simple. I think there's been some misunderstanding, miscommunication of how this is to work, and hopefully we can iron out this issue going forward. But for tonight, if we can move on to supplementary questions, that would be good. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Seaton, what point?
Thank you. I'm somewhat puzzled here because Councillor Nawaz and Councillor Stamford have proposed this and now appear to be blaming officers for the fact their proposal doesn't work. Is that appropriate?
It's not a point of order, Egypt.
Surely that's not
Mr. Mayor.
That cannot be acceptable.
Legal officer about that. I appear to have just heard an insult from Councillor Murphy, which surely at the start of this meeting, Rachel Edwards was very clear that we should show respect to each other.
Mr.
That's
Murphy.
inappropriate. You've got a motion later about people showing respect for each other, and you're doing that. That's absolutely disgraceful.
Councillor Murphy, I think you should apologise to David Seaton, your behaviour, which is not acceptable.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. If it came across that way, I'm sorry. What I meant to say, Mr. Mayor, on a point of order, what Councillor Seaton was saying was not a point of order. He was creating a debate. So can we move on and get the vote done? Sorry if I upset him, but it wasn't a point of order. Thank you.
Can you make sure the next time is respectful? Thank you.
Councillor Shaz-Nawaz, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, just to address the point Councillor Seaton's made, I don't think Councillor Sanford nor I were trying to blame councillors. What I said is there's been some confusion and misunderstanding. That's not blaming councillors or blaming council officers. That's saying at somewhere somebody's not fully understood the instructions and directions. And I think rather than wasting more time, Mr. Mayor, it'd be good if you can go to the vote, please.
A point of personal explanation, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Seaton.
Thank you. Councillor Nawaz and Councillor Sanford were blaming councillors. What I specifically said was you were blaming officers for the fact that your motion, that your proposal this evening is impractical. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Seresti, do you have a point?
Hello. Hello.
Do you have a point, Councillor Seresti?
I think I'd better let it go.
Okay.
There's no point in extending the rudeness that we've already experienced in this council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Pippa, would you like to run the vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Rachel, and through you, Chairman. We'll be doing a roll call for the votes this evening, so if you could let me know when I call your name whether you are in favour of the recommendation, against the recommendation, or abstaining, please. So, Councillor Aitken.
Against.
Councillor Ali. Yep, Councillor Ali. 4. Councillor Allen.
Against, definitely against.
Councillor Ash.
Against.
Councillor Ayres.
Against.
Councillor Barkham.
Or.
Councillor Bashir.
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Busby.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
you. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Burbidge.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Against.
Councillor Sureste.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
I'm against. Thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Day.
For.
Councillor Dowson. Councillor Dowson. Councillor Dowson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. 4.
Thank you. Are you for or against? For.
I'm for.
Okay, thank you. For. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Farouk.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Needs more work. Definitely against.
Councillor John Fox.
Against.
Councillor Judy Fox.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Hayes.
Sheikh Hussain.
For. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hemorrhage. For. You, Councillor Hiller.
Against.
Councillor Hogg.
For.
Councillor Holditch.
Against.
Councillor Howard.
Against. Thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Howell.
For.
Councillor Hussain.
For.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Azar Iqbal.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
For.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lillis.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Nadeem.
Against.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
Against.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
For.
Over. Councillor Over.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keam.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Rush.
Against.
Councillor Sanford.
For.
Councillor Seaton.
Against.
Councillor Shahid.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons.
Yeah, against.
Councillor Skipstead.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
Against.
Councillor Warren.
Against.
Councillor Wiggin.
For.
Councillor Yassin.
For, please, thank you.
And Councillor Yurgitine.
For Pippa, thank you.
Okay, members, thank you. Dan, can I just check with you? I've got 26 in favour, 30 against, and so the proposals are defeated. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. But I think I've got 29 against and 27 in favour.
Councillor Jamil, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, can I ask why we're using this system of voting and not the electronic one we used at the last meeting? Because I'm sure, if we're going to do this on every vote, we're going to run out of time so quickly that it takes like 15 minutes to get through everyone. And the other system, we voted and we could have a result within minutes.
We did have some issues with the electronic voting system, Councillor Jamil, and it was agreed that we would go back to the roll call because of the confidence. Some members didn't have the confidence in the voting system.
Okay, so just on that, so it was agreed between group leaders, or did we agree? It
was group leaders, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, members. So that's the motion is defeated.
Sorry, Councillor Skibstead, your hand is raised.
I just had a question. With that being defeated, does that mean we go back to what we were trying out last time or to the system before we were trying out? Because we were trying out a different system for one time only. So what does the defeat of this motion mean?
Good question.
I'll answer that, Mr. Mayor, if you want. The system at the last meeting was for that meeting only. So as this motion has failed, we go back to having the answers to questions and supplementaries done orally.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, you have your hand raised.
I do, and it's just a point of information, I think, for Councillor Jamil and others. My understanding is that we won't have to do a counted vote on every vote if we agree. It's only where there's disagreement that we will need to do that.
Correct. Councillor Day?
Yeah, so I was tallying up as well, and it sounds like both, with respect, the two officers have got slightly differences. So even when we do this by human counts, there seems to be slight discrepancies in error, and with the votes being so close, I think it's important just to note that, really. So, we come up with two different, results already. So, and my results are different to the ones that you said, because I've been tallying myself. So I'm a bit concerned, really.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Councillor Day, I think with this system, though, as we can always rerun the vote and ask for a recount. With the electronic system, we were relying on that being final. So if somebody wants the officers to do that again, I'm sure they will. But I have more faith in two of the people doing it than the electronic system that's, I know for a fact, didn't record the vote accurately last time.
Councillor Day.
And neither did the human system, and I don't want to waste any time because I know we want to get to the motions and debate the motions, so I'm going to stop there. But just to raise that point that both, I think the electronic system would be better if people know how to use it, really. Thank you.
If somebody could explain in democratic services then why you got two different votes, that would be reassuring for members.
Members, Dan and I seem to have two different numbers, although in each case the vote was defeated. I think the final vote was in fact for someone who was counting in a third option, it was in fact 29 to 27, or 27 in favour, 29 against. So it's defeated.
But Councillor Seaton, you have your hand raised.
Thank you. Yes, point of order. Given we need to go back to the verbal approach, are we allowed to make a proposal tonight that we revert to the written responses? Because the motions this evening are really important and we do need to debate them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it is open for you to take that as an alteration to the amendment to the protocol that was on as agenda item 8. If you wish to do so, perhaps it might be best to ask if anyone would be opposed to that at this stage. Could you raise your hand, members, if anyone would be opposed to doing what we did at the last meeting, which was to have the questions, the initial answers to the questions in writing, and just no.
I've got Councillor Murphy. Fiona,
Councillor Murphy, right? Councillor Murphy, what?
Warrant officer asked if anybody was opposed. It's really frustrating this. Many councillors want to get on and talk about the motions and council policy and business, but as we've outed now, by doing what we just happened means constitutionally and standing orders takes us back to 2 meetings ago, where we now have to listen to the verbal answers and then the supplementaries, as we were doing before Christmas, before the meeting before. If you want to have a brief adjournment and get the group leaders together to see if they can do what they obviously were able to do recently, I think something was agreed, but Councillor Nawaz they pulled something out of the hat tonight, which has messed up the whole meeting. So maybe someone somewhere needs to give us some direction, and it's not coming from the mayor and it's not coming from the secretariat. Can we ask maybe for an adjournment? I don't know, but technically standing orders say we really should take these questions now, but then again, many of us would rather hear the motions and other council business. It's a tough one. So you asked if anybody was opposed. Constitutionally, the thing says we shouldn't be doing what's being proposed without 2/3 majority. Therefore, I'm saying it's probably wrong to do it.
Fiona, I've got Councillor Hogg as well.
Okay. Does Councillor Hogg, Councillor Hogg's opposed to it?
Councillor Hogg's
I
got
am
his hand
opposed to it.
raised.
Absolutely, I'm opposed to it. Essentially, that was only for one meeting only, and if you know, this is turning into a farce here. Ultimately, we're going to have another vote where we go through every single councillor asking whether or not they're for or against. It's going to be another 15 minutes. It's going to be a lot quicker to just get on with the bloody questions.
Councillor Holditch, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar to that. I mean, I agree. We need to get on with the council business and the motions. So you know, I don't know whether we can have a vote democratically. Just get on with it. The questions have been written and have been answered. And just get on with it. So if we go back to what everybody else is suggesting, we will be here all night.
I've got no more hands, Fiona.
Well, there doesn't appear to be any agreement to doing what I was suggesting. So we are in the position that we're in, which is that you've got to have questions in the way that we did before the last meeting. Councillor Fitzgerald, you've got your hand up.
Presumably, are we taking questions as read?
Yes.
In terms of the initial questions. If members want to move on, e.g. I have a couple of questions. If you don't want me to give the answer to those questions because you've already got them, this is part of the problem I was talking about earlier. That's great, but it doesn't help the public if we don't A, answer the question, because I don't know where they're published, and B, I'm happy to take a supplementary if I can. I just want to know what we're doing. Somebody please, can we move on to questions?
Rachel, will you just proceed, please, on that basis?
So we're heading back to questions, are we? So there's been 11 questions submitted by members this evening, one of which is ward related. Question 1 is from Councillor Barkham. Would you like to read your question, please?
Sorry, I'm sorry. We normally take questions as read. Are we agreeing to do that or not? Is that correct? Lovely.
Questions are as read. It's the answers that need to be oral. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Oh yes, Councillor Barkham.
The question's read, isn't it? So I'm just waiting for the answer now.
Sorry, again, more confusion. Councillor Barkham, for example, are you happy to accept the answer you've already been given for that question? And if so, you should move straight on to your supplementary, which is what was being proposed before. The problem is the public have no idea what those questions are or what the answers are, but we are where we are. If you want to save time, just move to the supplementary because you already have the answer to the first question.
To interrupt members, because the proposal wasn't agreed, the answers have not been circulated and are not published. So Councillor,
there you go.
So I don't have the answer, so we need to read it out.
So just Councillor Fitzgerald, if you could answer the question from Councillor Barkham, please.
So I just had to find the right paper, Councillor Barkham. Forgive me. This is one of the things that was vexing us earlier. Where would the public see the answers, indeed members? And indeed, if we had people watching this back, where would they find the answers and indeed the questions?
Mayor, can I just ask a point of order before Councillor Fitzgerald answers that?
By all means, I'm happy to start whenever.
If that vote had gone the other way, does that mean there is a prepared set of answers somewhere which we would have got?
Yes.
Anyone?
Yes,
yes, there is, Councillor Jamil. Yes.
Yes.
Would have been emailed round immediately if that had been agreed.
I suppose.
Can we get on with him answering the question, please?
I suppose, Councillor Jamil, it's where they would be published after the fact and where the questions would be, and I don't know enough about that, which is why I didn't vote for it. If I did, I may have done.
Sorry,
Okay.
Councillor Fitzgerald, I've just got Councillor Casey's hand raised. Have you got a point, Councillor Casey?
I'll start whenever.
It's really seeking personal clarification. So at the moment, we've got members of the public looking on YouTube, and they're going to hear an answer to a question that they don't know what it is before we then move on. Is that where we are?
Yes, but I'll try with mine, and I suggest other members might do the same. This is a question from Councillor Barkham, who's asking me about Conservative government and administration. What are we doing to stop SARS-CoV-2 rather than just treating its symptoms? What he actually means, I think he means the current pandemic, but he might be linking a previous one as well. So our administration here in Peterborough is working hard to prevent the local spread of coronavirus through our many prevention and outbreak management activities led by our very dedicated Public Health Director, Dr. Liz Robin. The cause of the pandemic is a matter for national government through its support for national and international research. I'm not able to respond to your question, Councillor Barkham, in specific detail as a local councillor. I would suggest, though, that you write to your MP so that he may ask this question of government for you. Because believe it or not, even though I consider myself sometimes be in the know, I don't get calls from government telling me what's going on internationally. So it might be best a question for your MP to pose through government for you. And if you need any assistance in contacting your MP, I'll happily assist you.
Thank you, Councillor Barkham. Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you for the answer. No, I don't have a supplementary.
Thank you. Question 2 from Councillor Shaz Nawaz. Councillor Seaton, could you answer the question?
Thank you, Pippa. Well, as I said, when the same question was asked at the last council meeting, I'm not sure anyone knows when we will be post-pandemic. So I presume the question seeks to understand work already undertaken together with current and future activity. It's considerable, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to set it out by providing an updated answer. As I said before, we worked hard to help the city centre reopen and obtained £800,000 of funding from the combined authority to deliver improvements in our cafe culture ambitions. I've had discussions with council at your estate on additional exciting opportunities to go even further that should be cost neutral. We had free parking that helped many local businesses. Our enforcement staff are working hard to ensure businesses are COVID compliant, keep trading. We received £23.9 million from the Towns Fund grant, covering a range of great projects to help us build back better, and that includes ideas to revitalise Lincoln Road in Millfield. Our pension fund has committed £50 million, with £50 million from Foresight to invest in local businesses. And as part of that, nearly 30 events have happened with advice on how small businesses can respond. Small local businesses with work for the council as we come out of the pandemic by local will be really important. There's some very substantial grants that have been given to businesses. I won't go through all of them, but for example, £32 million of small business grant funding to some 2,654 small rural retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. 1.6 million of discretionary grants to 110 local businesses, but I'll put that in writing to Councillor Dorhouse. We always engage constructively with businesses who have difficulties paying rates or businesses renting council properties by reviewing payment schedules. We give ongoing support to a variety of enterprises with partial rate relief, and clearly as circumstances hopefully improve this year, we'll keep the challenges seen within our local economy under review and take further action as appropriate. I hope that gives a flavour of our work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jamil, do you have a point?
I do. The point is, can the host or someone not hold the questions up and screen share so people who are watching on YouTube have an idea of what the question is? That's just
confirm, sorry, Councillor Jamil, to confirm, the questions are published as normal. It's just the answers that haven't been published.
That's fine. The answers as well. Just screen share so people can see.
That sounds too sensible, Jamil.
Councillor Shaznawaz, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Thank you very much, Councillor Seaton, for that answer. A two-part follow-up question, if I may. As I'm sure you're aware, there's quite a few business owners who've missed out on funding. For example, the newly self-employed, freelancers, limited company directors, and those who have only up to a maximum of 50% of their income, which comes from non-trading, haven't received much support. In your view, is there anything that we can do to support those businesses? And secondly, although we don't know what the new normal will look like, it is anticipated that if businesses aren't further supported, then some of them won't be able to survive, just like the Chancellor said in his previous statements at the House of Commons. Based on that, have you in fact used some assumptions or some projections in terms of the impact that might have on business rates? If and if the answer is no, by the way, do you intend to do that, Councillor Seaton?
Seaton.
Thank you, Councillor Waz. And we've actually made the application process for that easier. So, for example, self-employed, and we're also talking to government about whether we can make that even easier, free it up even more. This will have, as the economy starts to reopen again, in our financial planning, absolutely Yes, we have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sereste, do you have a point?
Pippa, were you calling me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it's a point of explanation. Although I have the greatest respect for Councillor Shaz, he didn't quite get it right. There is help for company directors, but there isn't help for company directors who are paid by receiving dividends rather than salary. But if you are a company director and you receive a salary, there is help for you in exactly the same way as there is for everybody else. And it's the same with the self-employed. The self-employed that fall through the net are the self-employed who have two incomes, and one may be partially from their self-employment and one may be partially from unemployment. Therefore, they fail to get help for one and the other. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wiggin, do you have a point?
I couldn't hear a lot of what Councillor Seaton said. He is one of a number of councillors who are having significant issues with their connections tonight, and I'm struggling to make out the words from a lot of them. I don't know if there's something that can be done to strengthen the connection or whether it's individual internet connections, but it's really difficult to hear what some people are saying.
Councillor Wiggin, I'll get one of the team to give Councillor Seaton a call just to check his connection.
Thank you.
Councillor Jones, do you have a point?
Just the fact that we've had gigafast broadband in Dogsthorpe and North Ward since its inception. Come here and your broadband will be fine. Thanks, everyone.
Councillor Walsh, could you please respond to Councillor Harper's question in relation to COVID marshals?
Yes, thank you, Pippa, I will. Well, COVID marshals are an effective visible deterrent to help us maintain compliance with the social distancing guidance as set out by government. We do have a team of 30 marshals, but when allowing for shift working, this equates to 16 on duty at any one time, operating 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We take an evidence-based approach to their deployment to maximise effectiveness of this finite resource. A detailed weekly review of public health data is undertaken to identify where we have outbreak hotspots, enhanced by additional analysis of community-generated intelligence to allow us to make a considered view of where we can achieve the best impact. So present public health data indicates a need for focus in our urban commercial centres, which does include many of our ward areas outside of the city centre, including, for example, Hampton, Warrington, Bretton and Stanground. However, we know from the community intelligence that other locations, such as rural beauty spots, are a concern. And we are therefore committing resource into these areas as and when a need arises. This includes areas such as country parks and other exercise or dog walking areas. And I can confirm that at present, this is receiving attention from both the COVID marshals and the police. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harper, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Walsh, for your response to my initial question. As the COVID marshals have no actual power to issue a fixed penalty to those that flagrantly breach either face covering or distancing rules, how do they escalate such a breach to ensure it is dealt with rather than just allowing it to walk away? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor
Walsh? Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Harper, for your question. I've actually seen it in operation. Our COVID marshals have a direct link to the CCTV operator, who can in turn radio police and ask for immediate support. The council marshal and police rotas are shared weekly to align resourcing whenever possible. So this allows for joint focus on pre-agreed hotspot areas and helps ensure support is on hand if required. If police support is not available, COVID marshals will pass that evidence on to them later after the incident has occurred for follow-up if required. This is also used to help shape future patrol activity. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, could you respond to the question from Councillor Sanford around COVID vaccinations, please?
I can indeed. And I'm sure Councillor Sanford, who, by the way, is looking slightly clearer after cleaning his lens. Hopefully that tip helped. You were looking a bit blurry earlier, Nick. I think that you'll accept that things have moved on, perhaps, since you wrote this question. But just for the benefit of members of the public, Councillor Sanford was asking about mass vaccination centres. So the answer to your question is, given that it's a national and a local priority to get as many people as vaccinated, etc., my answer will be, you'll be aware that the City Care Centre today opened as the city's mass vaccination centre today, January the 27th. And there has been in place already, since the vaccine became available, a number of outlets across the city. That was the City Hospital, of course. They started them. Stanground Surgery, the Fleet Community Centre, Thistlemore Medical Centre, Warrington Surgery and Thomas Walter Surgery as well. So with the City Care Centre coming on today, I hope that answers your question in full, that yes, we have one and today it's become operational. Anything else? Happy to answer, Nick, to be honest.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the answer to that question, and also for the advice that Councillor Fitzgerald gave me on cleaning my computer. In the question, I also referred to the issue of community pharmacies. The Peterborough Telegraph is running a campaign at the moment, pointing out that there are over 11,000 community pharmacies across the country, but I think at the moment only 200 of them are actually being used for vaccination purposes. Given the fact that it is really important to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible, then subject to availability of vaccine, would the cabinet members support these community pharmacies in Peterborough, which are quite often really close to where people are? Would he support them being used as part of the vaccination campaign?
Yes, Nick, I absolutely would. I mean, I had my flu jab at my local pharmacy back in, October, November, or whenever it was. So I think they've got a great role to play. I think if government or the CCG, NHS, that are leading on the vaccination programme, it's not us, the council per se, it is the health CCG. I think if there becomes a situation where there is a oversupply of vaccine, thus if they had more people in more locations to deliver it, I think then they would consider branching out or widening. It's just my personal view. But where there is capacity within those examples I've given you already, there wouldn't be a need to do that. However, from the point of view, is it easier? Is it simpler? I think it's all being kept under review, and certainly we'll have to keep an eye on it, and in consultation with our Director of Public Health, who will liaise with the CCG and others, then I think, yes, I would support it if it became appropriate, that we felt it would be beneficial in order, A, to get the vaccination sped up in terms of how we roll that out. But we all are acutely aware of what the issues are. The production of the vaccine is the issue at the moment, but I think it's happening as quickly as it can. And I think we all must be very proud of how the healthcare professionals here and elsewhere have stepped up, and they are really getting through all the people that need vaccinated. I know many people, friends, and friends of family and everybody else, that are saying it is happening. So it's really good news.
Thank you. Councillor Hiller, could you respond to the question from Councillor Murphy in relation to loss of green space, please?
Yes, Pippa, Mr. Mayor, I'd be very happy to. Councillor Murphy asks about green space loss, as you've alluded to, Pippa, and he cites Breton amongst other areas, and also asks about car parking in the city. what I would say is that via the planning system and other means, green space in Peterborough is continually added to, it's improved, and in appropriate circumstances, it's changed to other uses. The council doesn't maintain precise statistics or data relating to the loss or gain of green space over any particular time frame. That I suggest would be very, very difficult and probably an inexact science. The university certainly will require some car parking provision, and it is anticipated as being located within the land allocated for the university in the adopted local plan, which was approved by cross-party members, of course. Options generally for car parking in the city are currently being investigated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pippa.
Councillor Murphy, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Councillor Hiller, for your reply. If we hadn't had the kerfuffle earlier on, I probably would have got that 40 minutes ago. Thanks for your reply. In your written reply, you may have answered my question about Warrington Fields as well and the loss of green space in Ravensthorpe. I did ask specifically what percentage of green space has been lost in the last year, 3 years, 5 years and 10 years. I accept you may only have indicative figures, but can we have those figures, please? There has been some concern, and I wonder if you agree with me that we need to protect green space, particularly concerning the embankment. Would plans to build on the embankment, if it were taken forward, be in breach of this council's planning policy, which is not to currently build on the embankment?
Thanks for the supplementary, but supplementary question is full of supposes and what ifs and maybes, which I'm not prepared to answer on any of those points. Indeed, I don't have the facts to hand, and the facts I don't have to hand don't exist. So your questions about developing the embankment are pointless at this junction. I don't mean that to be disingenuous, but they are. Referring to your comments about green space, I would say reprovision, to put some context around the subject, Councillor Murphy. One such reprovision in Breton, which you cited in your original question, that was actually critical to enable enlarged schooling facilities for the special educational needs children who attend the Helthwaite School in Breton. You may be aware, it came before the planning committee. That was a technical and actual loss of green space. I know the application to improve this very special school was objected to at the time by the Labour ward member for Breton, but the common sense prevailed, and these desperately needed measures for the school children and their families were agreed by a cross-party committee, necessitating the reprovision of a very small percentage of green space in an area where it was considered there is a surplus. Regarding car parking, which seems to be concerning you currently, I can say that there are no approved plans to deck existing car parks. But as I said to you before, we are evaluating city centre car parking use patterns and the provision we provide generally. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Holditch, do you have a point? You're on mute, Councillor Holditch.
As far as the university is concerned, currently it's taking up 2 car parks, and I think that's 700 places. And the actual gain is huge because we're only going to provide 140 places. And they wouldn't have to do that lot, but on phase 1, the building on phase 2 is going on the car park of phase 1, so the two come together, both phase 1 and phase 2. But it is a big reduction in car parking on that site. And if the proposed consultation to go out on the embankment was to go place, you'd still be left with 55 acres of open space on the embankment and 40 acres the other side of the parkway.
Thank you. Councillor Farouk, could you answer the question from Councillor Jones in relation to the digitisation of the city, please?
Thank you, Pippa. Thank you, Councillor Jones, for your question. Just for benefit for everybody, Councillor Jones is asking about, Councillor Jones, I've seen the Bristol City's digitising plan, and he would like to know if I can make out ambitions of this city and other strategy, and also what other cities or areas or organisations we're collaborating with. So thank you for your question, Councillor Jones. The answer is the IT and digital strategy approved in 2019 echoes many of the elements that are highlighted in the Bristol IT strategy 2018-2023, referred to by yourself, Councillor Jones, including a strong focus on ways of working and increasing the digital capacity across the council. This focus has, amongst other things, supported the response of the council to the COVID-19 outbreak, through the coordination of services such as the Coordination Community Hub and various areas of the public health responses, e.g. customer relationship management system that underpins the isolation support contact center and the outbreak management system. It has also and quite fundamentally supported the move of council staff to remote working through the implementation of Microsoft Office 365, with an exponential uptake in the use of tools such as Teams for video conferencing and collaboration. The strategy has also seen the implementation of both a new intranet and external facing council website, areas that are also reflected in the Bristol strategy document. These are all key elements to the IT and digital strategy which underpin and support the wider digitization of our city, but there are also work streams around specifically digital initiatives looking at key areas such as Fix My Street and Blue Badge processes. Improvements have been made both of these areas and more to come. Another key area of digitization which affects the entire city and all citizens is around business intelligence, where again in a similar vein to Bristol, we are implementing cloud-based tools, building on the Microsoft 365 platform to provide really powerful and accessible reporting for services. The first of these is children's services and due to go live very soon. What cities or organizations we collaborate with? The recently appointed Assistant Director of IT and Digital Services, Sam Smith, is also the current President of SOCITEM, Society of Innovation, Technology and Modernization. And through that network, Peterborough is linked into regional, national and international initiatives. SOCITEM provides a network of collaboration to almost all UK authorities, district, county and unitary, which is a rich source of shared information and experience. More locally, there's a collaboration with Cambridge City, as well as other towns in Cambridgeshire through the Smart Places initiative that runs under the Connecting Cambridgeshire programme. It is fair to say that the vast majority of, if not all of PCC public-facing services are represented online in some shape or form. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, Pippa, thank you. And through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor, for your comprehensive answer. I hope I'm not alone in finding out what we are going to do. So there's some good top-level stuff there, but what are we doing about social inclusion? Martha Lane Fox was on the Today programme today. We've talked about hardware, we've talked about infrastructure, which is growing within the city, but the other thing that she mentioned was skills. And I didn't hear any mention then about how we're going to make sure that no one is left behind. Blue badges are online, but they can take a while to, you have to have a certain amount of IT knowledge. So what can the Cabinet member tell me about what we're doing about social inclusion to make sure we keep everybody using these services that are available to them, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones, for your supplementary. You're absolutely right. We are working on the front face of the council and making all the software accessibility to all the residents, so it's easier to use. I mean, especially now when we've got these discretionary grants and businesses are very keen to use. And your second point about skills and that, we are. As you're aware, next to university, there are 2 incubators going on where a large number of researchers are going in. You earlier on said how good work we've been doing on the gigabit city and the city fibre, laying more than 50 or 60% of the fibre network. So all that is going to encourage and attract high-level organisations, which in turn will provide high-level skilled jobs. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh, could you answer the question from Councillor Wiggin in relation to COVID marshals, please?
Yes, thank you. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we are providing a team of 30 COVID marshals across the city, and this consists of 20 agency staff supported by 10 officers from the Council's Prevention and Enforcement Service who have been redeployed for this purpose. The agency workers are from a specialist security company with over 24 years experience in supporting councils and other organisations with martial activity. From the outset, we have worked closely with them to ensure that all officers are fully briefed on a daily basis and are working directly under the direction of the Prevention and Enforcement Service team. At any one time, there are 2 agency supervisors working with these staff and linking directly with our council supervision team. At the end of each tour of duty, written feedback is provided to the head of service for the Prevention and Enforcement Service team, allowing us to debrief on any issues or concerns that have arisen during the day. In 2 months, public feedback has been very positive, and an isolated concern was raised of agency marshals not adhering to social distancing, but we were able, through the performance mechanisms outlined, to address this quickly, and we are confident they are providing a welcome and valuable support to the city's COVID response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, please. Thank Councillor Walsh for her answer and for the previous answer to, I believe it's Councillor Harper's question, which covered some of the information I wanted. I'm surprised to hear you say that there is an overwhelmingly positive response from the public. Because anecdotally, and this is from spending a lot of time in the city centre for work, I'm not aware of anyone who has said they've seen the COVID marshals actually challenging people. Indeed, it's the opposite. They've seen the COVID marshals not challenging people and letting them go past. Indeed, I'm aware of one incident where a COVID marshal had to be told to put on their face mask in a shop. That's not the level of service we would expect. Are you confident that the team are addressing all of these problems? And do you think we are getting value for money for this service? Thank you.
Yes, I am confident that we are getting value for money for this service. I think you raise a few issues and you say anecdotally. Anecdotally, I don't think ought to be enough to make us make any radical changes to what we're doing. However, that said, should you encounter any issues yourself, you should report these directly into the PES service so that they can be investigated. As far as do the COVID marshals actually do their job, you seem to be implying that they were not trying to go in and break up groups. I have actually seen them in action. So I could say anecdotally, they do their jobs. But I think we shouldn't get into the realms of anecdotally, and actually let's go with the evidence, and do encourage people who tell you that this or that has happened to report it in, and it will be dealt with accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, members. That is the end of time for questions from members. Any remaining questions will be answered in writing and circulated after the meeting. Mr. Mayor, I'm handing back to you.
Sorry, can I interject? Councillor Fox, John Fox, you have your hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, with greatest respect, can I put forward a suggestion how we can reduce the time considerably regarding these questions? I've had concerns about it since we've been asking questions at full council and since it's been going on video. A lot of these questions could be asked direct to officers or cabinet members. That's how we do business, and if we're not happy, then we bring it to full council. I mean, this is where time goes, asking unnecessary questions that could be asked direct to officers and cabinet members, and I would suggest we look at that into the future.
Can I just let the members know we are having a 10 minutes break now. Then we come back after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, ready to go again.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel, and welcome back on second half, all the members. Just going agenda item 10A, independent remuneration panel report. Agenda item 10A is in relation to independent remuneration panel report information. And this can be found in the agenda pack on page 23 and in the additional information pack. Thank you, Rachel. We'll now open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Councillor Holditch, I understand that you have a proposal that you would like to move.
That is correct. Thank you very much. I'm sure members, I'm sure I speak on behalf of members of the council, thanking the independent allowance panel for their comprehensive review of our allowances scheme. In addition, I would like to thank all members who responded to the survey and provided the responses to the panel in interviews, which were held in November last year. Members will see the panel's recommendations for inclusion in the members' scheme of allowances for information on the parental leave. I would like to recommend that this policy is referred to the Equal Opportunities and Diversity Task and Finish Group, which is findings to be reported back with the group's work. With the impact of COVID-19, the pandemic in the city, I would like to recommend the panel review into members. It's deferred, and I'll tell you why. With our budget situation, I know it's only an addition of 15 grand, but 15 grand is 15 grand, and I'd like to recommend to council that I would therefore like to alter the recommendations as set out in additional information and defer for 1 year the consideration of the panel's relation to members' allowance scheme, such as the referral of recommendations on parental leave policy to the Task and Finish Group and equal and diversity amongst councillors. So what I'm saying is refer the members' pay scheme, defer it to consideration next year when the budget situation should be a lot different, but carry on with the parental leave policy for the Task and Finish Group and promote equality and diversity amongst councillors. I would like to recommend that, and I think my colleague Councillor Fitzgerald will second that.
Thank you, Councillor Holditch. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to second the proposal and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in debate?
I'm happy to second that suggestion, proposal, and I'll reserve my right to speak, but hopefully I won't need to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Can I call upon any other speakers? If you could raise your hand, please. No? No speakers? Good. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like to exercise your right to speak?
Only it's great. It seems council has exercised some common sense. It might seem we're all in agreement here that it would be completely sending out the wrong message to all those people suffering at this time if we even consider doing this. But I think we have to adopt the policy because it contains more than just the comments about members' allowances. And I would wholly support Councillor Holditch's view is that we defer this, but I would stress that we must remain that we are in principle with the panel's deliberations. Otherwise we get ourselves into the terrible mess we were in 5 or 6 years ago. So it's not the right time. Let's defer that section for a year, reconsider it then, and I think that's a sensible approach and we can all move on.
Thank you. Councillor Holditch, would you like to sum up?
Well, as there's been no comment, I suggest we go straight to the vote.
Okay, thank you. Pippa, can you run
Agreed. Is it
agreed? Agreed.
Only show if you don't want to agree it.
Raise your hand.
If you could raise your virtual hand if you're in disagreement to that proposal, please. I'll give you a few moments. Okay, no, it doesn't look like there's any objection to that, so that is carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Pippa.
A result, Jamil.
Thank you, Pippa. Agenda item 11, a question on executive decision made since the last meeting. This is in relation to the record of executive decision detailed on pages 75 to 80 of your agenda pack. Members may ask questions directly relating to each decision. Rachel will run through the process for this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you,
I think I have to move them first, Rachel.
the leader will introduce this item and any questions will be answered by the leader unless he refers them to another member. I would remind councillors that they should ask questions on the decisions in the reports. All questions should be relevant to the decision itself. Should the mayor feel any preamble is reasonably long, he may instruct councillors to ask their question immediately. Can members please note that once I've moved on, questions will not be accepted from previous pages. Councillor Holditch, would you like to introduce your item?
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I would like to remove the section and adoption of the decisions made since the cabinet member and from the cabinet member of the 18th of January and since. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I will take each page in turn, and could members please refer to the title or reference number of the decision when asking a question. Please raise your hand if you against each page. So page 75. 76. 77. Councillor Hogg.
The decision is the additional highway maintenance funding. Has it been determined which roads are going to be get this funding or this extra maintenance done on it, and has it been published yet?
Councillor Hiller, please.
Yes, Leader, I'm more than happy to answer that. It is monies that are going to a schedule of works which should be published, I believe, on the website. But if they're not, for whatever reason, I'll make sure you get that information.
I certainly asked the question when the decision first came out, was told that it hadn't been finalised yet. That was the reason for the question.
Well, we do have a statutory schedule of works, which this monies are contributing to. I'm rather specific works on these particular schedule of payments. So I will get the background on that, and I'll certainly let you know, Councillor Hogg.
If you could, I would be obliged. And while I've got hold of you, the next one is the protection land for Tenter Hill Meadow. I just wanted to put out the thanks from the residents of Stanground for making that decision. I'm sure it wasn't hugely easy.
If that's an official question on the decision, I would suggest that you are very consistent in your selective memory, Councillor Hogg. It was a Conservative member of the planning committee who proposed the development of this open space shouldn't be allowed. The land should be protected for the residents. I mean, the decision I took was because I was heavily lobbied by a Conservative who had a very cogent and well-reasoned case for this land protected, and that was the decision that I took to do that. It was a Conservative initiative. Thank you.
So not the motion that was put forward by the Liberal Democrats in November of 2019 in order to protect the land in perpetuity.
Councillor Hiller, I think you've had he's had his answer, and he should be coming through the chair, which is not. So can we move on to the next question?
By all means, Leader.
Councillor Jamil.
Thank you. It's just a request to Councillor Hiller with regards to additional highway maintenance funding. Can we all get a copy, not just Councillor Hogg, please?
Absolutely. Yeah, the schedule of works is no secret. It's about keeping the connectivity and fluidity of this city alive. I think all members will appreciate that the parkway network system that we have around our city, whilst it's an admirable facility that we have here as a 1970s new town, it was built for traffic levels 40, 50 years ago. It needs repairing. Repairing roads ain't cheap. But of course, I will give you links to the scheduled works that we have on our highways network. More than happy to do that.
Thank you. We're now moving to page 78. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you. I would like to ask about the compensation payment of £6,000. It's obviously disappointing that the council has had to incur this additional cost in this situation. I've read the reports about the decision, and it's very vague on detail. Doesn't explain what went wrong in this situation or what steps are being taken to avoid this mistake happening again. So I was wondering if we could know something, some more background about that.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Leader, and thank you, Councillor Haynes. It's always unfortunate when public money is paid out in compensation, but unfortunately, or fortunately for the recipient, if the council make a mistake, it's only fair and equitable that compensation is paid. I haven't got a deep dig on the information you're asking, but I'm quite happy to forward to you. But apparently you've already read the report, but I can dig down a bit deeper if you have specific queries, and if you allow me to respond in writing, I can do so.
Thank you. We're now moving to page 79. And finally, page 80. No, you can move on to item 12, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Agenda item 12, question on the combined authority decision made since the last meeting. As set out in the agenda, there have been no combined authority decision report since the last meeting. As such, we will move on. Agenda item 13, motion on notice. Motion on notice can be found on pages 81 to 86 for your agenda pack. Motion 1, motion from Councillor Kayoum. This motion is in relation to online abuse, bullying, and harassment. I will now hand over to Rachel to oversee the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, Councillor Kayoum, please would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, Rachel, I would like to move my motion. Good evening, everybody. Today, I address the members of this chamber to not only highlight abuse of individuals in a political office, but to highlight the abuse faced, especially by women who hold political office. The motion was initiated as a result of my own experiences and contacts from many, both men, more women in the same arena as myself. It has been anything but a smooth ride as politics is often thought and accepted to be. I have been told by women that they do not wish to come forward because they do not have faith in the current system and that they will be abused for simply who they are. The abuse and threats directed mostly against women in politics are increasingly a reason why there is a poor public perception of politics, and the intimidation of women in political parties all round are major barriers to participation. An inquiry by the UK Parliament's Committee on Standards in Public Life found that female candidates are disproportionately subjected to abuse. Let me please highlight to this chamber some of the harrowing experiences I have had, which no doubt are not unique to me, but yet serve as a small example of what many people in political positions go through, irrespective of whatever party they belong to, or whether they are men or women. But the statistics speak for themselves that women are more abused and harassed. On September the 10th, 2020, a post was shared on social media of a video where I represented my party to recruit more key workers regarding my person with false accusations against me by two notable male individuals. I subsequently received an email the next day by an unknown male with the following words, and I'd like to assert caution for the language that it's distressing to hear and will be to many, so my apologies. Get the devil out of my country. Get the hell out. And when you have finally resettled back in your land of origin, call for the countless hordes of Paki Pediostanis to return to their lands also. After, of course, they had completed their sentences, for their outrageous imported depravity, of which they had specifically selected the offspring of this nation within the major cities and towns of this once civilized land. I am now pleased to say that the writer of this email has been found and the case has been escalated to the CPS to advise on prosecution. There are many like me who face similar and don't have the courage to speak out. Therefore, I stress that why should I or anyone in my position develop a so-called thick skin for that level of abuse that I and my innocent family have had to endure? More recently, we have seen a vocal message from a male addressing MP Priti Patel with abusive, racist language on TikTok. We should never forget the murder of MP Jo Cox in 2016 and never forget the reasons why or the events that led to her brutal murder in 2016. This is just a section of what women like myself go through. This motion has been something that I've had to present as a matter of urgency and necessity, which is a shame really, as such motions and movements would never be needed if we all lived in a balanced and non-discriminatory world. I request the members of this chamber to support this motion for the sake of women and political figures everywhere, irrespective of the political party you belong to. And to those watching who deem this as acceptable, I'm here to stay, and stay I will, and will continue to fight the abuse with every ounce of my being for others who face the same, whether this motion is carried or not. I and proud British women like me will not be deterred from what we were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Fox, do you have a point?
Sorry, I thought we was going to debate. Sorry, you got the...
No, not yet, not quite.
Sorry, I do apologise.
That's okay. Councillor Shaz Nawaz, will you second the motion and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later in debate?
I'll be delighted to second the motion, Rachel, and I would like to reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh, I understand that you would like to move an amendment to the recommendation as set out in the additional information pack. Please, can you do so now?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that Councillor Callum has raised a very important issue in her motion, and I am very sorry to hear of her personal experiences. They must have been very distressing indeed. Online abuse, bullying and harassment can potentially affect all members of our communities and cause victims to suffer severe mental health issues. It can affect people of all ages and sexual orientation. It can have a particularly harmful effect on young people and their ability to cope and thrive. With regard to my amendment, I too will explain in terms of personal experience. Some years ago, a candidate for the Conservative Party, who I knew well, was subjected to a very cruel and personal online campaign from a member of our local community. The attacks were totally unwarranted and very hurtful, not just for the candidate, but his family as well, who were also affected. The candidate nearly stepped away from politics. It would have been a great shame because that same person is with us today and is a competent and well-respected councillor and has served his local community with energy and skill. And he's a male. And I should add that the perpetrator of the online abuse went on to treat me the same way. I was a serving councillor at the time. I am sure, Mr. Mayor, that there are many serving councillors who have been the victims of online abuse, and this abuse has the potential of causing serious distress, as well as preventing elected members from serving their communities as well as they would like. Politics should not be like that. My amendment seeks to share the benefits that may derive from the work of the Task and Finish Group with all councillors, because online abuse is not just a female issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Coles, will you second the amendment and either speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Thank you. Yes, I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Can I call upon any other speakers on either the original recommendation or on the amendment? Councillor John Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I respect the genuine reasons why Councillor Kayam, and please, I do apologise if I pronounced that slightly wrong. It's not intentional. I do have problems sometimes with words. Has submitted this motion as my wife Judy and I have been subject to abuse by a resident on a certain Facebook page, as I'm sure other councillors have also in their time. We were abused even though we did exactly what they wanted, but sadly we did not get the result they wanted, which equally was no fault of our own. This sort of abuse to both males and females in positions of authority is becoming too frequent these days, especially on certain social media platforms. In my personal opinion, social media is in need of much better policing policies by those who run the individual sites. For example, some sites will not accept any form of abuse and will ban the relevant individuals from the site if need be. They administer the site with professional standards and efficiency for the general good of all the community. However, there are other infamous, computer's gone wrong, hang on just a minute. Dear, I pressed the wrong button. However, there are other infamous sites that in my opinion seem to allow people to abuse people on a daily basis, but they seem to think this is acceptable behaviour. I support anything that can help put a stop to those individuals who think it is acceptable to push their poison within our communities, as it's most definitely not the principles I hold dear to me. We need to stand firm against bullying, harassment and abuse of any nature, together as one, putting our political differences aside for the good of all. I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robinson, please.
Thank you. So I'd like to speak about the amendment to this motion to add in the line of not exclusively about female councillors, as I feel it's trying to shoehorn men into a motion about women issue in politics. I think if someone asked if they could tell you about the difficulties of being a black person in our society, would you turn around and say, but what about the difficulties of a white person? If someone asked you if they could tell you about the struggles of being disabled in our country, would you turn around and say, well, able-bodied people have struggles too? No, because both would be offensive and would show a lack of compassion. I find that trying to alter this motion is offensive too. Here is a motion of women putting their hands up and saying, please, let's take a moment to hear us and recognise an issue for women in politics, and then being told, but what about us men? I think it shows an ignorance of the well-documented and very well-studied fact that abuse in politics is a distinctly gendered issue. If people weren't aware of that this evening, then it's a shame that perhaps our equalities training was quite so light touch, but there is plenty of reading that you can do on the topic. So please, let's leave a women's issue motion to be about just women. Allow us, just for a moment, to have that space without trying to water it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yazin.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a young female councillor, I have grave concerns about this amendment. The original motion specifically talks about abuse suffered by female politicians, which indeed is a huge issue in the political world. And I feel like this amendment dilutes that issue and somewhat takes away the purpose of the motion. As a young female councillor, I too have suffered abuse on a completely different level. I don't want to talk about it, it's quite personal, and it's absolutely horrendous experience that I've had. And I'm not dismissing the fact that male politicians don't suffer abuse. They can and they do. And not for 1 second am I dismissing that. But why is it that female politicians are being deterred away from politics? Over 15 MPs did not put their name forward for re-election because of the hostility that they have suffered in the political world. Male politicians are still carrying on. They're still putting their name forward, but females, they're moving more and more away from the political world. And we have some huge talent out there. We have females that have great potential and they'll be a huge asset to the public office. but because of what they suffer out there, not just online, but in, sorry, in person as well. And I think that is the reason why this motion is imperative, not just for councillors, but prospective councillors too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Amjad Iqbal, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the members of this chamber, for far too long, we have seen the abuse of people in elected office by other members of the opposite sex and from the public. In 2019, the New York Times published an article that said that almost 18 women members of parliament were not seeking re-election due to the abuse that they had experienced both online and offline. We recently received an important session on equality and diversity training, which was set out to demonstrate etiquettes of addressing others with our own public role. It is important to support the motion, the original motion, to demonstrate to our members that we take matters of abuse seriously, that shall not be tolerated, that they will be offered the support they are entitled to. Today, I stand here as the Shadow Cabinet Member for Communities to support the motion proposed by my colleague, Councillor Kayoum, and to offer solidarity and support to reassure her and other members within the chamber who have been at the receiving end of such abuse. Councillor Kayoum's motion is specific about the kind of abuse and who it is directed to. To suggest otherwise is unwise and just a means to assert that women should just have to put up with the abuse that is meted out to them. The fact of the matter is, they shouldn't, at a time when more roles in public office should be given to women and when women are offering their services in every realm of public service. We need to stamp out the hate that is driven by those who think women should not have a voice or see that credible women who have the courage to speak up for values they believe in are shot down in unacceptable manners. Therefore, I would strongly suggest that the Chamber supports Councillor Kayoum's motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Joseph, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak in favour of Councillor Kayoum's motion. I think it's important that we recognise that obviously bullying does go on, and it does go on, and it affects men and it does affect women. But in particular and predominantly, it has been shown in report after report that this is predominantly against women, and it simply is not acceptable. I recently put a motion to the council around the treatment of women in local government, and a task and finish group has been set up to look at how we can, as a council, improve things so that women do feel able to come forward. We've talked a lot about cyberbullying, but this bullying is not restricted, obviously, to that. But cyberbullying is a huge concern in our society with the rise of social media platforms. And many of us may think that, oh, well, it's just sticks and stones and it's not a problem, it's just words, it's not a problem. But it is a real problem, because when people are being subjected to relentless abuse, racial harassment, death threats, day in, day out, it simply is not acceptable. When we come into the public forum, we obviously expect that people are going to disagree with our opinions, and that's fine. You know, healthy debate is not a problem. Nobody is saying that nobody should ever question or challenge anything that we say, but it's the manner in which you do this, and then it's how it is carried on. And the issue is as well that if we turn a blind eye to this, if we don't take this and really say that we will have zero tolerance on this sort of abuse in public, on a public forum, and in particular to our women, what happens is that we become desensitized to it, and then you move up to the next level. I've spoken before about some of the abuse I suffered when I became a Muslim, where people felt that it was okay to abuse me because I was a woman on my own in public. I didn't tell you about some of the other issues that I faced, where I've sat in my living room at home and had a brick come through my window, or where I was travelling down the A1, and when I stopped at a roundabout, the 4 men in the car actually jumped out and tried to drag my child from the car because they didn't agree with me as a person. And we simply cannot allow these sort of events to escalate. So we have to nip this in the bud now. We have to have zero tolerance on abusing women in public. And I think we should support Councillor Qayyum's motion on this, because this is really a predominantly women problem. We're not saying it doesn't happen to men, but this is predominantly an issue that faces women every day. And it's simply not acceptable that we are prevented from coming forward and our voices being heard because we are women. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, as well. And also thank you so much, Councillor Qayyum, for bringing this motion forward. We will be supporting the motion. We won't be supporting the amendment, as other councillors have expressed very clearly. We share those views. That is a particular issue for women. And a point that I just wanted to make, and I know all of us could give examples of experience that we've had that have made us frightened and made it difficult for us to want to be councillors. You know, people often ask me, do you love being a councillor? And I think, well, you know, every day I wake up and hope it'll be a good day, and they aren't always good days, and that is frustrating. But one point that I wanted to make is that it's very noticeable, isn't it? Now we're debating an issue about women, how the female councillors here have come forward. And in the meeting up to this point today, it has been mostly men speaking. And I think we have to ask ourselves why that is. I personally find the attacks that councillors make on each other unsavoury. That's not why I come here. I've been on all sorts of meetings all over the world, you know, for the past 20 years and never been in ones like this where it seems to be okay for people to use language, offensive language against each other. And it doesn't really matter if it's kind of mild, because it creates an atmosphere where I don't feel safe and I don't feel confident speaking, because I'd like to focus on the point I want to make and not on whether I'm going to have to then have to deal with some, you know, difficult and unpleasant language in front of my colleagues, because that's what damages women's confidence. So I hope that as we're considering this motion, we think not just about the examples that have been given, which might happen as a result of social media, but also how we behave in this chamber and how we create an atmosphere here that is welcoming to all women present and all women who might be considering becoming councillors in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sereste, please.
Hi, I have nothing but agreement with the motion, and unfortunately, however, having got to the age of 70 years old, the amount of abuse that I've had to suffer both as a candidate and as a councillor is horrendous. It's not just a joke. I've had death threats written in red ink come to me. I've had people posting live bullets through my front door. Now, I absolutely agree that women get all sorts of horrible things said to them. And of course, you know, what Councillor Shabina said is absolutely unacceptable. But to say that it's exclusively women and to pass a motion that infers it's okay to do it to the men is, I think, intrinsically wrong. You know, I would stand by the side of any one of you ladies or women, if you prefer to be called that, with a machine gun and to defend you to the very death. But the reality of it is that we are one council, we are one people, we are one community. And if you allow it to any single person...
Sorry, Councillor Sereste. Councillor Joseph, have you got a point?
Yes, can I just say that we at no point said this was a problem that was exclusively to women. We said it was predominantly women, and that is well documented. And we did not say it was exclusive to women, Councillor Sereste. We did not at all.
But if you ignore Councillor Walsh's amendment, basically that's what we're saying. I mean, that's all I'm saying to you is, and there isn't any sane person that doesn't agree with Councillor Shabina's view and to what you're saying completely, 100%. And if it was possible, it'd be 150% or 200%. You're absolutely right. It shouldn't be allowed, but it shouldn't be allowed to anybody. no matter whether you're a woman or a man. It should not be tolerated. Full stop. Zero tolerance to anybody. And we have to be absolutely clear as a council that that is our view. It is zero tolerance. Nothing to anyone. We respect everybody. And those people in our council who behave badly and make some of you feel insecure, we should all vote them out of the council. We should stand up and say, we vote they should not be heard, and send them out of the council, punish them for being like that. And I'd be supporting you for doing it. But I can't accept that it's good for the gander, but not for the goose, or it's good for the goose and not for the gander. Anyway, I support you completely, but we should be in it together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hogg, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to just say, isn't it great to get to the motion section and actually have a debate? And what a debate, what a fantastic motion that we are hearing now, and the exchange of views has been really, heartwarming, I have to say. So I just want to put that on record. The next thing is, I have to apologise. When I first saw this amendment, I thought, yeah, that looks good. It hasn't really changed things much at all. I am guilty of falling into that trap. This has all the, and I'm not saying that it was intentional by Councillor Walsh, but this has all the trappings of all lives matter. No, this is about highlighting that that women are particularly vulnerable to this type of bullying, and that we need to be sending out a message very strongly, very clearly, that it is not acceptable. When like all political groups, we have a meeting before the main meeting to discuss our views on this, so that we have a kind of a joined up approach. And I would implore all the Liberal Democrat group to go against what we'd said in the meeting and to vote against the amendment, but for very much for the motion before you as it is in its original form.
Thank you. Councillor Bashir, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'll be favouring Councillor Walsh's amendment today. As a BAME councillor from an inner city ward, I've obviously been open to abuse of all sorts, social media within the community, my personal life being exploited. But let me say something. Michelle Obama always says, when they go low, we go high. I was attacked personally, if everyone remembers, in one of the council meetings last year by an opposition male councillor telling me I was uneducated. But believe me, I've worked hard, built the inner strength and risen the ranks. I have respect for all the female councillors in the chambers, despite our political differences. But let me assure you, women, that there are weaker men out there. So you're doing a good job. This amendment will protect all of us, men and women, and let our gender not stop us doing the role that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a bit perplexed as to why this amendment has been brought in. Now, I've been a councillor for, this is my 11th year. I did 3 years previously, and nothing previously has been brought before the chamber. Nothing like this. So here there is a councillor who has brought something, been brave enough to bring her experiences, and you've had other councillors talk about their experiences. This is, as much as I want to say males and females, we all suffer, but they are disproportionately represented. This was a specific motion. And what do our opposition group do? Water it down as much as they can, so it has little or no meaning. This was something that we need to tackle. It should never happen to anyone, I agree, but the women who come into this and those who are put off by this need to be reassured. This was put in for a reason, and I just feel the opposition have put in their amendment to water it down so it does not have the same meaning. I will be supporting the original motion, and I ask you to defeat the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Day, please.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, so certainly during my time in politics, I've definitely been on the end of cyberbullying and attacks. I've received difficult emails, and you know, I see that it's not only men that treat women in a negative way, but it's also other women that treat women in a difficult way, and we've had to deal with that in our party and as women and as politicians. I'm also wanted to make the point that some women find that men shouting really intimidates them and puts them off from speaking, and that's how I felt actually. And I mean this with the greatest respect, because I know even I sometimes I get passionate, I might raise my voice, but when Marcos Oreste points at the camera and shouts, I think that's exactly the kind of behaviour we're talking about. I feel quite nervous now about saying and standing up and saying, I don't want to be shouted at, I just want to be talked to. And I know that might just be a quirk of a personality, but that's just how I feel, and that's what I think. That's just an example of why we're putting this motion forward. So yes, as Councillor Howell has said, I will be supporting this motion and not necessarily the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the amendment, I don't believe is meant to take anything away from the strength of this motion. It's a fantastic motion, and it's something that we should all be talking about more. I think there's a lot of group political leaders that need to look at their councillors' conduct online and verbally, and probably their candidates too. And that's something all parties need to do. It's very important for the strength of the council that they have good candidates for all parties, not just our party, for all parties need good candidates to bring something good to this chamber and positive to this chamber. The amendment is to help strengthen that, because this motion is so good, why shouldn't it benefit everyone? You know, let's get good candidates into council who feel safe standing, and let's get the current councillors to lead by example by treating everyone with respect. That's in their own political group and the others too. I will be supporting the amendment because I like the strength of the motion, and I think it should appeal to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemraj, please.
I would like to ask why the Conservative group wanted to add an amendment to take away exclusively. As a female in the chamber, I have felt very nervous in asking questions and raising points on the way that people have made me feel. This motion is about women, exclusively women in politics. Please don't water this motion down and vote for Councillor Kayum's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lane, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've been waiting to see if anybody had made comment or picked up on the fact that this amendment has been put forward by a female member. It's obviously plain to see, but also by a member who has championed equality. Now, that's not been mentioned along here. I can support the amendment and also the original motion, but I feel that our work and work of all council officers needs to be judged by how it relates to the equality clauses of our procedures. So I have no problem with voting either, but I think that the amendment just edges it slightly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've sat here patiently listening to all the debate, and Councillor Howard said a lot of the things I was going to say. Councillor Lane also picked up something I was going to raise, because I want to be clear that there is no politics in this at all from our group. And there are a number of issues that go on within the council, and me being known to be one of the most vocal, outspoken people, etc., that matters can often get quite heated. And I never consider when I'm debating in chamber about whether I'm talking to a female councillor or a male councillor. I don't, because I know Shabina quite well in the sense that we have socialised outside of council, and I fully understand everything that she's saying, and I wholly support everything she's saying. But there are a number of things, you know, the things outside we can't control. You know, I could go on about what's on the Labour Party Facebook page and how those comments are condoned or not deleted. Then Shaz may come back and say, well, that's true about the Conservatives and this, that and the other. Look, we've got to put our own house in order first. It was only earlier this evening when a member called another member an idiot. Okay, so where are we going here? So look, I politically will debate anybody, male, female, whatever. And sometimes we can get a bit heated, but I'd never personally, deliberately go about to attack any individual member, male or female. And so let's put our own house in order. As far as the motion goes and what the recommendations are, but we have plenty of equality and diversity training at the moment. If somebody feels there is something else needed, I'm happy to support that as well. But Steve's right. This did not come from any male members of the Conservative group at all. But we, as male colleagues, feel that we must support, and I have to say Councillor Walsh had a very strong view on this. This is no way coming from any political perspective or male perspective. This is Irene's motion in terms of the amendment, and she asked group for support. Now, in my view, I'm supporting one of my group, but I'm also going, she knows far more about it than me from a female perspective. So who am I to question if that's the way she feels? So to me, it is about inclusivity. And I don't wish to knock how many ladies think about, you know, the way you treat it or the way it might appear. And I can certainly say, I don't know anybody in our group that would do anything to offend anyone, male or female, deliberately. I know tempers can get fraught sometimes. So I will be supporting on the basis I'm supporting my female colleague in our group who has a strong view about this. And I don't think, certainly from my point of view, I don't see it as weakening the argument. I can see that, you know, female members may feel that they're bullied or abused, whether it's in the council or out of council, but equally so am I. God, I've got rhino skin, the stuff I have to take, but I don't care. You know, this is not about me or anybody else. So I will support the amendment.
Sorry to interrupt, that's time.
Yeah, I will support the amendment because I'm supporting my colleague and I'm supporting her view the way she sees it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes, please.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to firstly pass on my admiration for the female councillors who have spoken today. I'm possibly one of the rare I haven't had to face any of that kind of abuse, thankfully, and that might be due to the accident of my birth, but it also may be because as a councillor I quite early almost decided not to put myself out there any more than I absolutely had to. I answer my emails, I put out my contact details in our literature, but thankfully I am able to leave most of the social media for our ward to one of my male colleagues, because I just don't want to invite that kind of language, that kind of attitude into my life any more than I absolutely have to. So I commend those councillors who do that and continue to do that even in the face of abuse. You know, it is inspirational, and maybe I'll learn a bit from you this evening. But I also just want to say, obviously nobody should face this kind of abuse. That's incredibly obvious, male or female, but we're not starting on a level playing. This motion isn't about elevating the concerns of women above men. Our concerns are not equal to men's in many walks of life. And in many walks of life, there are situations where we could say, well, this situation would affect everybody. I mean, in education, we spend more time and more money on students who need it because of their situation. They need extra help and support to reach the same level as the other students. And I see this in exactly the same vein. Of course, no one should be rude to male counsellors, but there is a particular issue with female counsellors, and it should be looked at, and this amendment does water that down. So I will support the motion but not the amendment. gain a focus again on what this is about in helping women achieve some kind of level of equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've more an observation. I admire Councillor Hogg because, like a lot of people, you could read the amendment and you could say it's semantics. You could say that Councillor Walsh is being very inclusive and embracing. But the reality here, this is where we get back to Black Lives Mattering and the All Lives Matter debate. What we need to be doing here, in my opinion, is using this motion is a bridgehead. If we focus on this area of need, this clearly identified area of need, and the one thing I have noticed tonight is the females who've spoken have spoken with passion and with absolute personal commitment. It's not to get what Councillor Bashir or Councillor Walsh have been through, but they surely must have the same level of representation irrespective. And the amendment takes away from that focus and that bridgehead. Please, as the female councillors have expressed so eloquently, please don't vote for the amendment, see it as a bridgehead, and then as we move forward, not only females, but everybody is included in upping our game, which I then completely agree with. But please, let's not go with this motion. Let's with the amendment. Let's go with the motion itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Skibsted, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank my colleague Shabina for putting this motion forward very bravely and endorse Councillor Haynes's view about it not being a level playing field. That's absolutely right. We know very well that women are underrepresented in politics, and that even in our party we have all women shortlists to get people in. Women are reluctant. They are scared to stand as councillors, and rightly so. It's a difficult position to be in, and many people are reluctant and don't feel confident to do it. It's well documented that there's more abuse of female politicians than male. I just wanted to say that this watering down with the amendment is when we had the motion about let's commend the postal workers. We didn't say, oh, what about the other workers? And what about the? We said, okay, yes, let's commend the postal workers. This is the same thing. Why do we have to bring in other aspects of it? We're not saying other people aren't deserving, but this is a motion about women, and we should support Councillor Khayyam's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bisbee, please.
Thank you. You all know what my other job is. I deal with victims, talk to them all the time. And what I would say is that the law doesn't distinguish between male and female, but victims. So I would ask you to take that into consideration. And just to explain where I'm coming from, in the last few months, I've had to report to the police that my life and my grandchildren's life and my wife's life was put at risk when my car was tampered with because of the job I do. So when it comes to that kind of level of action against male and female, I would ask you to consider making sure that this is for all, not just for part of the community. If it was domestic abuse, you would look to support all victims. So I would ask you to take that into consideration when you're thinking about voting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, it is now 9 p.m. In accordance with the virtual meetings protocol, the council meeting will end at 9:15 p.m. Does anyone wish to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 14.2 so that the meeting can be extended?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do.
And I will second that.
I want to propose we go on for another half an hour.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that suggestion.
Is everybody in agreement with that, or do we wish to go to a vote? Could you please?
Yeah, agreed.
I've got hands up already. I was going to say, could you put your hands up if you disagree?
I'm just wondering whether half an hour is long enough, to be honest.
Can we decide again when that half an hour's up?
Up to an hour?
Let's decide again in half an hour. That's the proposal.
So I take it that no member is opposed to that? No, I'm not seeing anything. Right, we will suspend standing orders so that an extra half an hour will be added on to the council meeting, and I will speak to you again at 9:30. Thank you.
Very
Thank
kind
you.
of you.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
Yeah, excuse me. Yes. When I saw the amendment, I thought, yeah, I can see that. And the Liberal in me says, yeah, let's include everybody. And there was reference to the motion about the post office. And again, there was a bit of me that said, why just the post office when, for example, we have other workers doing important jobs? But having listened to debate, I kind of shifted and thought, well, you know, equality is also about making sure that people that are more disadvantaged have a greater equal advantage. So you need sometimes to give those people a little bit of extra support. And I think possibly that is what the original motion was doing. And I can see that the amendment from Councillor Walsh and the fact that it is from Councillor Walsh, I think makes it something to consider very seriously. And I think it's quite for me, quite a close call. And then I thought, well, abstain. But I think on such an important issue, an abstention is not an option. And having heard debate, I think I am inclined to go towards the original motion. And I think Councillor Lane spoke eloquently, and on what he said mirrored my original thought. Absolutely. But I must admit I am torn. And it's going to be, I think, a close call. But it's clear that everybody sees that the original motion has an important quality to it that cannot and must not be ignored. So I think we're all in agreement on that. And I think perhaps in retrospect, it might be better if we go for the original motion unamended and then have something else to strengthen it and sort of add to that bridgehead that Councillor Jones was talking about. So I think with time short, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Seaton, please.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick points. Councillor Jones talked about passion, and he talked about Councillor Teresti shouting. I mean, I think if you've had a bullet through your door and death threats, and I've seen the appalling treatment of Councillor Teresti. I've seen appalling
Councillor
treatment.
Jones, sorry, Councillor Seaton. Councillor Jones, you have a point of order.
Who mentioned Councillor Teresti? I didn't.
Well, my apologies, Councillor Jones. You talked about councillors speaking with passion, and apologies if I equated that with
I'm sorry,
Councillor.
I never mentioned you or Councillor Teresti. I mentioned Councillor Walsh and Councillor Bashir. Let's get the record straight, please.
I think it was Councillor Day.
Are you shouting at me? Councillor Jones spoke about, said people are speaking with passion, the women are speaking with passion, I think is what he said. And I just wanted to defend Councillor Teresti because there was a suggestion earlier that he was shouting. What I was saying was, I think if you've had a bullet through a door and you've had death threats, you can probably be passionate in this debate. And if that comes over shouting, that's probably a male hormones thing more than anything. I'm grateful to Councillor Howells for her comments about language, and that was that was really appreciated. You know, I've been a counsellor for 13 years. I've had some fearful abuse over that time, so I've been fairly high profile. You know, I've been told to go away and commit suicide. Things like that have been regular comments on social media. What I really want to come to is the amendment from Councillor Walsh, who I have great respect for. I think trying to equate her amendment to a Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter debate is pretty awful. I don't think it's that at all. Councillor Jamil said her amendment means there's little meaning to this motion. Sorry, Councillor Jamil, I think that's absolute rubbish. It's not true at all. The whole substance of this motion continues. And Councillor Robinson and Councillor Yassine effectively said, this is a motion about women. And I don't think it is. When I read it, it says, consider how best to assist councillors in relation to online abuse, bullying and harassment, particularly against female councillors. This is not a gender discriminatory motion. And I think Councillor Walsh's amendment absolutely makes the point that men as well as women are subject to this abuse, and any work we do is for both of us. You know, someone said earlier, I think it was Councillor Fitzgerald, we're all in this together, we're all working together. Let's not make this a gender discrimination issue. Let's make this a councillors working together issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Holditch, please.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I led the council's response to domestic abuse. And I have to say, all the way through the thing, all the literature was about abuse against women. My social services work tells me that something like 40% of all reported abuse is to men by women. So I tried to get it so that we should suffer any domestic abuse. I have to tell you, my secretary will tell you some of the terrible letters I get, and my wife will tell you some of the terrible phone calls I get. I get blasé about it because you know those ignorant people want to do that. That's not fine, but it just rolls off my back. But it really upsets my wife. So and I have to say that some of the stuff that's on the internet tonight about Andy Coles, that's abuse and that's bullying. So it's about stopping it all. And if you can stop it all, it stops it against women, it stops it against men. That's why I think Councillor Walsh's a motion or amendment tries to achieve that, because it shouldn't happen to anybody, man, woman or child.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to really say anything about this as well, but I see the argument as being it's about realists and idealists. And to be honest, I really like Councillor Kayum's motion. I think the way she spoke this evening, who couldn't help but be moved by her testimony? And actually, I totally agree with Councillor Sereste. I think, we need to defend everyone against that sort of abuse. Now, I would say that's the realist because it's based on what's happening. The idealist in me says that we should hold everyone up to very high standards. We shouldn't give the impression that it's okay for men to abuse other men. And I think that's where Councillor Walsh's amendment introduces that, or it takes away that ambiguity and makes it so that actually any abuse against any councillor is wrong, which is why I cannot support the motion as it is with the amendment in place as it is as well. So I'll be supporting the amendment this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Bond, please.
Thank you very much. Through you, I'd just like to let everyone know, personally, I'll be voting against the amendment, as I feel it negates the point of the motion. I see this from my colleague, how their voice is heard. I think they deserve our support. It's clear that many of our female colleagues are very passionately about this subject, and they want their views specifically highlighted. And I feel I have no right to remove this opportunity for them. I'd also like to say that I would support any future motions that can build upon the original motion, but let's not community justice and sell ourselves short in watching the specific message that we are sending in this instance. So thank you very much.
Maybe you should move to North Ward.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Coles, would you like to exercise your right to speak, please?
Yes, thank you very much. And this has been a really interesting and important discussion on this motion and on the amendment. I'm very sorry to hear of the abuse that's been suffered by colleagues. Councillor Hume has been particularly kind to me in my particular circumstances, and I feel dreadfully sorry that she's experienced such a terrible time. And I'm not in any way wishing to detract from any of that, but I think you just have to just reflect on what I've experienced since 2017, the sort of effects that has been to me and to my family. I don't want to go into any great detail because I tend not to want to share that sort of thing publicly, but I really hope that people understand that abuse does happen towards male counsellors, and it is pretty devastating when you receive it. It's quite hard to handle sometimes, and I'm even getting it today, which is just utterly unacceptable. So what I would ask, please, is not to disregard what the amendment says. Absolutely, women are disproportionately affected. I think we can all understand that. It's simply a matter of fact. But you just have to experience the level of abuse that you can get as a man and the inability that you have to be able to deal with it, to understand that we need to work together within the Task and Finish group to come up with a solution to this problem, which isn't just about one part of our community, but accepts that sort of behaviour is wrong to all members of our community, all of our councillors who've been elected, and all of our candidates. So that's why I ask that you absolutely recognise that what Councillor Coombe is saying is absolutely right. However, there are some of us who are not women who also suffer. And I'd be very grateful if we could just understand that that's the issue and to vote for the amendment. Thank you very much.
Well done, Andy.
Thank you. Councillor Shalfler-Wells, would you like to exercise your right to speak?
I would. Thank you very much, Rachel. And how this motion came about was that Shabina and I had a very long conversation one evening after she was having a very rough and tough time. And we came up with the idea that we should put this issue under spotlight. And that's how I actually came about seconding it. And then when I saw Irene's amendment, initially, cards on the table, I thought we should support it. And then when I heard from some of the female members in our group who felt differently, I changed my mind. And I think why I initially wanted to support Irene's amendment was that I was thinking about myself and the abuse that I have to go through regularly on an ongoing basis. And obviously having heard other people, and I'm pretty similar to Andy, I'd say. I don't like sharing those things in public, but I get a very clear sense tonight that everybody who's spoken so far has had some of those horrible experiences. See, but the problem is this: everybody who's pretty much put their hand up to speak for the amendment has said, we totally agree with you, Shabina, this isn't right. Okay, this shouldn't be happening. And then they've used that one word, which changes everything. And that's but, or however. And you change the entire argument. We agree with you, but this, but that, but the other. And that's the major problem we've got here, Mr. Mayor. Because when you try and catch two rabbits, you end up catching none. And today, the debate is about women. And we in the Labour Party had a challenge. When I became leader, we had 2 female councillors. Today, we've got 7. Hopefully, after the next election, we'll go into double figures. But the only way we can involve more female councillors is by listening to them. So when Julie says, I don't speak up, I am a strong woman, I have the ability to speak up, but I don't, because men create such an environment that I don't wish to speak, just like some of the other women have said tonight. And we need to listen. We need to listen to that and say, okay, how can we change things? And the other argument about that Irene's put this forward as a female, I see that. But if I draw a parallel, I used to hear as a child, oh, the BNP aren't a racist party because they've got one black person who's a member of the party. And recently, I used to hear Britain First aren't racist. They've got an Indian Sikh person who's in their party, who always speaks up at all their rallies. So how can they be racist? Well, that's total nonsense. And we all know that's nonsense. And we all know that women play a fantastic part in every part of society. And we know we make better decisions as an organization when we have more women. I mean, look here tonight, we've got Gillian, Rachel, Fiona, Pippa, who are doing a fantastic job. But Councillor Walsh, if you really wanted to spotlight your own amendment, what I would say is, let's tonight vote for Shabina's motion, withdraw your amendment, next full council, put your motion forward about other subsections of the community or all communities, and we'll all support that and make that happen too. But tonight, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we should detract from the key issue, which is why are women not coming forward in all the parties? Why are women not speaking up at full council meetings? Why do women not feel comfortable? And on that note, I hope you'll support the initial motion and vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Cahan, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, I would. First of all, I'd really like to thank everybody that has spoken about the motion and the amendment. And Councillor Walsh, thank you very much for bringing forward the reasons for you putting the amendments. Unfortunately, I disagree with that, but we are not here to argue with each other about something that the statistics fundamentally have proven that exist in terms of women being disproportionately subjected to this kind of abuse. Just like to reiterate that Councillor Bisbee has spoken about domestic abuse victims. As somebody who was a previous safeguarding lead, I completely agree, but we also know that women are predominantly affected by domestic abuse as compared to men. It doesn't mean that men do not matter, they do. Now, a report published by Amnesty International UK states that although abuse of elected representatives is dominant in women, the online violence can be just as severe as experience of violence offline. It may affect women's human rights to safety, freedom of expression, participation in public life, and may also cause severe psychological harm, amongst other things. Therefore, I find that the amendment has dismissed or diluted the very essence of what women go through. Yes, I have emphasised women in my motion, but to add the caveat of not exclusively women in the amendment then leaves room and margin for subjugation, objectification, and provoking this kind of abusive narrative. And according to the parliamentary reports and those of other credible establishments, women are exclusive when it comes to this kind of abuse. I'm not saying that the amendment perhaps intentionally doesn't undermine not only women, but all those who seek to support the narrative that women should rightly inherit this abuse by virtue of who they are, the colour of their skin, their background, by stating, oh, well, it's politics, you need to have thick skin. We should never agree to using such a narrative by dampening down the seriousness of this issue. And as for thick skin, I will never develop thick skin when my female or male colleagues, for that matter, are called abusive names like Paki. I do not support the amendment, unfortunately, as a woman, a BAME woman, and a political BAME woman who has had experiences akin to so many more like me, who have contacted me with their harrowing experiences and have stated they are often too scared to come forward to speak of them. Further to this, what I see as a watering down of the original motion actually portrays a legitimizing of acts of abuse towards women in particular, leaving a gap whereby individuals inciting hate will continue to deem it acceptable to perpetrate such behavior. We must be direct and resolute in what we are presenting and seek to safeguard the ambitions of those after us who wish to aspire to this role of public service, both men and women, but yes, women in particular, because of the evidence that's out there, and that they can be confident that they will be duly supported in the process. Therefore, on that premise, I request the members in sincerity and in earnest to put their conscience before them and vote for the original motion. And whether the original motion carries or not, I've stated to my colleagues and to those both from outside my party and within that I can at least sleep in peace at night, knowing that I tried and I stood up to defend the integrity of, in particular, women in this arena, because as British political women, we are worth it. So I would again suggest, like my colleague, Councillor Nawaz has, that Councillor Walsh, if you are prepared to withdraw your motion and put it forward in a different manner to support men, we will be right behind you. But thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you very much. Pippa, will you now run the votes, please? Oh, Councillor Walsh, you have your hand raised. Sorry.
Yes, if you would indulge me, please, because I have been invited on 2 occasions to withdraw my amendment, which I do believe has been misunderstood. I cannot withdraw the amendment. We have to bear in mind that we have limited resources with regard to our officers. We cannot be putting motion after motion and working group after working group. It was simply a way to share the benefits with everyone in the council. The work of the task and finish group is important. I just wanted that to be shared. I do not want to burden our officers with more than they ought to be doing. Why on earth should we not deal with it when we have the opportunity and bring forward more work to our officers who are already overstretched? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Pippa.
Thank you. Members, again, if you could confirm to me when I call your name if you are in favour. And just to clarify, this is the first vote is in relation to whether we accept the amendment from Councillor Walsh. Okay, so if you could let me know when I call your name whether you are in agreement with the amendment. Okay, Councillor Aitken.
For.
Councillor Ali.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Ash.
Against.
Councillor Ayres.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Barkham.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Bashir.
For the amendment.
Councillor Bisbee.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
Against the amendment.
Councillor Brown.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Burbidge.
For the amendment.
Councillor Casey.
For.
Councillor Sureste.
For.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Day.
I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Dowson.
Councillor Delson? Councillor Delson, can you turn your mic on, please? Thank you. Are you for or against the amendment, Councillor Delson?
I'm against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Farouk?
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yes, I'm for the amendment.
Councillor John Fox?
For.
Councillor Judy Fox? For. Councillor Harper?
For the amendment.
Councillor Haynes?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Hemraj?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Hiller?
I'm for Councillor Walsh's amendment.
Councillor Hogg?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Holditch?
Sorry, for.
Councillor Howard?
For the amendment, please.
Councillor Howell?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Hussain?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal?
For.
Councillor Jamil?
Definitely against the amendment.
Councillor Jones?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Joseph?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Lane?
For.
Councillor Lillis?
Against.
Councillor Murphy?
Against.
Councillor Nadeem?
For.
Councillor Gul Nawaz?
For.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz?
Against.
Councillor Over?
For.
Councillor Kiam? Against the amendment. Councillor Robinson?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Rush?
For.
Councillor Sanford?
I'm against the amendment.
Councillor Seaton?
For.
Councillor Shahid?
Against, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons?
Yeah, for the amendment.
Councillor Skipstead?
Against.
Councillor Walsh?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm for my amendment.
Councillor Warren?
For Pippa.
Councillor Wiggin?
Against.
Sorry, Councillor Warren, can you just repeat to me what you were?
For Pippa.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Wiggin, you were against.
Yeah, against.
Thank you. Councillor Yazin?
Against, please.
And Councillor Yergatine?
Against.
Thank you. Bear with me one moment. Okay, thank you, members. We have 28 in favour, 28 against, so that is an equality of votes. So, Mr. Mayor, it's your casting vote, please.
He went for the amendment, didn't he? So I'm assuming that stands.
Mr. Mayor, if you could confirm which way your casting vote will be.
I voted for the amendment. For. Yeah.
Okay, thank you
Point
very
of
much.
order, please.
Councillor Murphy?
Yeah, we've had this before, not so long ago, where there's equal votes on an amendment. Council determined that the amendment therefore didn't have a majority and it wasn't passed, therefore it fell. You may remember it was 2 meetings ago, we had an equal vote on an amendment 2 or 3 meetings ago, and because the amendment didn't have a majority, it wasn't carried.
That's because there was an abstention.
Yeah,
Yes,
members. Carry on, Fiona.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Holditch. That's right. There was an abstention in that case. Councillor Murphy, we've got absolute equality of votes, 28 for, 28 against, so therefore it's Mayor's casting vote.
Thank you. So Mayor's casting vote in favour, so the amendment is carried. We will now move on, members, to the vote on the motion as now amended. So this is Councillor.
Pippa, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's now just after 9:30. In accordance with the virtual meetings protocol, the council meeting will end at 9:45 p.m. Does anybody wish to move a motion to suspend standing order 14.2 so that the meeting can be extended?
No hands raised, Fiona. Oh, Councillor Jamil's waving at me.
Yeah, I'd like to extend the meeting by half an hour.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that, Fiona.
Councillor Nawaz. Right, I will hand over to Pippa for a vote. Councillor Fitzgerald.
May I save the opposition some time if you want to carry on debating? We will be voting against this, and I can't speak for anybody else, but if you're minded to vote against it, we'll just waste another 5 minutes having this vote. And if certain councillors didn't support this extension, we'll just be wasting more time in another vote. Just saying, but have the vote if you like.
Right, thank you, members. Firstly, if anyone's in objection to this extension, please could you raise your virtual hand and we'll go to a vote. Yeah, okay, so I can see objection, so we'll move to a vote.
It's a point of order. I just wanted to ask, would it be possible for Councillor Fitzgerald to just do an en bloc vote for all the Conservatives? Because it seems to be that's the way of things, and it would certainly save us all a lot of time.
I was trying to be helpful in the sense that the leader had already given me an indication on screen that we wouldn't be supporting another extension. I was just trying to save time, but I'm happy to do the vote, whatever people want to do.
Well, I was also referencing the fact that you sought to influence the mayor with his casting vote as well.
No, I didn't. I merely reported, just the same as you did, Councillor Hogg, when you change your group's view in terms of passing messages. So don't dictate to me. So the mayor, I merely pointed out, voted for. That would stand. He confirmed it.
It was not your place to do so.
Get on with it.
Okay,
not
members.
your place.
Okay, we'll now move to the vote. So this is whether we agree to suspend standing orders and extend the meeting for another 30 minutes. So if you would like to extend the meeting, then you would need to vote in favour. Okay, so Councillor Aitken.
Against.
Sorry, what was that?
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Ali.
In favour.
Councillor Allen.
Favour.
Councillor Ash.
Against.
Councillor Ayres.
Against.
Councillor Barkham.
In favour.
Can you ask Councillor Brown again? He wasn't ready and he voted the wrong way.
Oh, I haven't been asked yet.
I don't think they got to him yet, John.
No, they ain't got to me.
Oh, right. Okay.
Councillor Brown, yeah. Councillor Bashir.
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Bisbee.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Burbidge.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Against.
Councillor Sereste.
Against.
Susanna went for.
Councillor Coles.
I'm against the extension. Thank you, Pippa.
Councillor Day.
For the extension.
Councillor Dowson. Councillor Dowson.
For the extension. Oh, bloody hell.
Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Farouk.
Against the extension.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm against the extension.
Councillor John Fox.
Sadly against.
Councillor Judy Fox.
Same for me, against. Shame.
Councillor Harper.
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Haynes.
I'm for the extension, thank you.
Councillor Hemorrhage.
For the extension.
Councillor Hiller. Councillor Hogg.
For the extension.
Councillor Holditch.
Against that was.
Councillor Howard.
Against. Thank you.
Councillor Howell.
For the extension.
Councillor Hussain.
Yes, for the extension.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
For the extension.
Councillor Azar Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Jamil.
For the extension.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Councillor Joseph.
For Pippa.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lillis.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Nadeem.
Against the extension.
Councillor Galnawaz.
Against.
Councillor Shaznawaz.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Over.
Against.
Councillor Kiam.
For the extension.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Rush.
Against.
Councillor Sanford.
I'm for.
Councillor Seaton.
Against.
Councillor Shahid.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Skipstead.
For, did you hear that?
Yep, 4, thank you.
Just the video is going a bit strange.
Councillor Walsh.
Against the extension.
Councillor Warren.
Against, Pippa.
Councillor Wiggin.
For.
Councillor Yazin.
For, please, Pippa.
And Councillor Yergatine.
For the extension.
Bear with me 2 moments. Okay, members, thank you. We have an equality of votes again. It's 28 in favour, 28 against and no abstentions, and therefore it is a casting vote. So, Mr Mayor, could you let me know what your casting vote will be?
Against.
Against, thank you. So that is defeated, members. So the meeting will end at 9:30.
I think you meant 9:45, Pippa. So
To 10, my apologies.
in about 4 minutes, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So we were about to move to the vote on the motion from Councillor Keam as now amended by Councillor Walsh. So members, could you please indicate if there's any objection to this by raising your virtual hand? Okay, thank you, members. I'm not seeing any objection, in which case I will... Oh, no, I am now seeing some objection, so we will move to the vote. Thank you, members. So, Councillor Aitken, please. Councillor Aitken?
Sorry, against.
Pippa, are we waiting for Councillor Walsh's being the substantive motion now?
Yes, so the motion has now been amended as per Councillor Walsh's.
Okay, so we're
wording.
for it.
Okay, so Councillor Aitken?
Sorry, that was my misunderstanding then. It's 4.
Thank you. Councillor Ali?
Against.
Against. Councillor Allen?
I'm voting for the motion as amended.
Councillor Ash?
Point of order, please.
Councillor Murphy?
Yeah, I think I heard a councillor vote one way. I can understand there was confusion, but her vote was made. And then we changed it. I don't think that's in order. Can't move the clock back, really.
Can Fiona give some guidance on that, Pippa?
Sorry, Councillor Aitken, were you confused about what you were being asked to vote on?
Yeah, I thought I was voting for Councillor Khayyam's original motion, not the amendment. So it was a misunderstanding on my part.
Okay, well, I think we need to take that, and your vote, your altered vote will stand.
Thank you.
Sorry, Pippa, I've got Councillor Skibstead raising her hand.
Sorry, it's not. Something's gone wrong with the. I raised it because you asked for any objections, and that was when we decided to go to the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Dowson, you also have your hand raised.
Rachel, could you just clarify to everyone once more what it is that we're voting on, so there's no more misunderstandings, please?
Okay, members, we are voting on the amended motion against the on the substantive motion. So it has been amended with Councillor Walsh's amendment has been agreed, and you are voting on the whole amendment now with the of the substantive motion. Okay, including the amendment. Does everybody understand? Any? Okay.
Yep. Okay, members.
Councillor Dowson. Oh, sorry, Pippa. Councillor Dowson's got his hand up. Do you need some assistance, Councillor Dowson?
Okay. I think that may be an error.
Yeah, just go carry on.
Yes, so I'm going to start the vote again, members. So Councillor Aitken?
4.
For Councillor Ali?
Against.
Against. Councillor Allen?
4.
You, Councillor Ash?
4.
Councillor Ayres?
4.
Councillor Barkham?
4.
Councillor Bashir?
4.
Councillor Bisbee?
4.
Councillor Andrew Bond?
4.
Councillor Sandra Bond?
4.
Councillor Brown,
4.
Councillor Burbidge,
4.
Councillor Casey,
4.
Councillor Sureste,
Sorry, 4.
Councillor Coles,
4, Pippa.
Councillor Day,
4, Pippa.
Councillor Delson. Councillor Delson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis,
Against.
Councillor Farouk,
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald,
So I'm for the amendment, or the motion now is amended. Thank you.
Councillor John Fox.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Fox.
4.
Councillor Harper.
4.
Councillor Haynes.
4.
Councillor Hemorrhage. Councillor Hemorrhage.
Against.
Councillor Hiller.
4, Pippa, thanks.
Councillor Hogg.
4.
Councillor Holditch.
Sorry, 4, Pippa.
Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard.
Apologies, I'm 4, please.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jamil.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Councillor Joseph.
Against, Pippa, thank you.
Councillor Lane.
4.
Councillor Lillis.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Nadeem.
4.
Councillor Gulnawaz.
4.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
Against.
Councillor Over.
4.
Councillor Keam.
Against the amended motion.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
4.
Councillor Sandford.
4.
Councillor Seaton.
Sorry, Pippa, you're asking me. I've got intermittent connection. I'm 4.
4, thank you. Councillor Shahid.
4, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons.
Yeah, 4, Pippa.
Councillor Skibstead.
Against.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Warren.
4, Pippa.
Councillor Wiggin.
4.
Councillor Yazine.
Against, please.
And Councillor Yergatine.
Against, please.
Thank you. 2 moments.
Could I change
Members, the results are 40 in favour, 16 against, and therefore the motion as amended is carried. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, it's now past 9:45 p.m. and in accordance with standing orders, there will be no further debate. A vote will be taken on the remaining items on the agenda without further discussion. All motions, amendments and recommendations will be deemed formally moved and seconded unless an indication is made now that the member no longer wishes to move the motion. Does anyone wish to no longer move their motion?
No hands raised, Fiona.
Thank you, Rachel. So I'm now going to ask the Democratic and Constitutional Services Manager to read out the recommendations and then we will go straight to the vote.
We have Councillor Bisbee, raised hand.
Yes, Councillor Bisbee.
Yes, I think this is the one where I'm not allowed to vote, so I should actually be put into the waiting room for this.
Yes, we'll put you in there now. Okay. So, members, we are now voting on the motion number 2 submitted by Councillor Ali in relation to police funding. So if you could please let me know whether you are in favour of the motion, against or abstaining when I call your name. So Councillor Aitken.
Against.
Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Ash.
For.
Councillor Ayres.
Did you hear? Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Barkham.
For.
Councillor Bashir.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Burbidge.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Against.
Councillor Sureste.
Against.
Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Day.
For.
Councillor Dowson.
For.
Yeah. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Farouk.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm against.
Councillor John Fox.
Against.
Councillor Judy Fox.
Against.
Against. Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hemraj. Councillor Hemraj.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hiller. Councillor Hiller.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here. It's the broadband I have where I am.
Sorry, could you say that again, Councillor Hiller?
Hello?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Pippa, but you probably can't hear me.
No, I can hear you if you let me know, are you for or against?
I'm sorry, I dropped out for about 8 minutes, so I'm not sure that what I'm supposed to be for or against. Can you just remind me?
We're voting on the motion from Councillor Ali in relation to police funding.
I'm against.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hogg.
For.
Thank you. Councillor
Did you get that,
Holditch.
Pippa?
I did, yes, thank you, Councillor Heather. Councillor Holditch.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
For.
Councillor Hussain.
For.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Azar Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Jamil.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lillis.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Nadeem.
Against.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
Against.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
For.
Councillor Over.
Against.
Councillor Keum.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Rush.
Against.
Councillor Sandford.
I'm for.
Councillor Seaton.
I support the Chief Constable. I'm against.
Against. Councillor Shahid.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Skipstead.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
I'm against.
Councillor Warren.
Against, Pippa.
Councillor Wigan.
For.
Councillor Yurgatine.
For, Pippa. Thank you.
Sorry, and Councillor Yazine.
Yeah.
For, please, Pippa.
Okay, members, thank you. So that's 28 in favour, 27 against, and therefore the motion is carried. Okay, members, so we are now moving on to the amendment to the motion from Councillor Jamil as...
Pippa, could I just check that Councillor Bisbee's been allowed back into the meeting, please?
Yes, I believe he's in the first. Yep, back in the room. Members, so we're now moving on to the amendment to the motion from Councillor Jamil as set out by Councillor Allen in the additional information pack. Can I check, members, is anyone in objection to this amendment? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, we have objection, so I'll move to the vote. Okay, so this is on the amendment to Councillor Jamil's motion from Councillor Allen. Okay, Councillor Aitken.
For.
Don't know, I'm not interested, Joyce, now. I'll go with
Sorry,
her.
Councillor Brown, can you put your microphone on mute?
So,
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
I'm for the amended motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres.
I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Barkham.
Against the amended motion.
Councillor Bashir. Councillor Bashir. Councillor Bashir, can you unmute your microphone, please? Thank you. Are you in favour or against the amendment?
Pippa, sorry, I've got the hospital calling me. I can't. It's an emergency. Can I come back at the end? Sorry.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So, Councillor Bisbee, please.
For.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
Against.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Burbidge.
For.
Councillor Casey.
For.
Councillor Sereste.
For.
Councillor Coles.
For.
Councillor Day.
Against.
Councillor Dowson.
Against. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Farouk.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm for.
Councillor John Fox.
For.
For Councillor Judy Fox. Sorry, Councillor Judy Fox.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Against.
Councillor Hemraj.
Against.
Councillor Hiller.
For.
Councillor Hogg.
Against.
Councillor Holditch.
For paper.
Councillor Howard.
For.
Councillor Howell.
Against.
Councillor Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Amjad. Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal.
For the amendment.
Councillor Jamil.
Definitely against the amendment.
Councillor Jones.
Against, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
Against, please, Pippa.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Lillis.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Nadeem.
For.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
For.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
Against, Pippa.
Councillor Over.
For.
Councillor Keum.
Voting against the amendment.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
For.
Councillor Sandford.
I would like to vote against the amendment.
Councillor Seaton.
I'd like to vote for the amendment.
Councillor Shahid,
Against, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons,
Yeah, for the amendment.
Councillor Skibstead,
Against.
Councillor Walsh,
For the amendment.
Councillor Warren,
For.
Councillor Wiggin,
Against.
Councillor Yassin,
Against, please.
Councillor Yurgatine.
Against.
Okay, thank you, members.
Sorry, Pippa, did Councillor Bashir vote?
So yeah, Councillor Seaton, I got your vote, yep.
Councillor Bashir, Pippa.
Oh yes, apologies, members. Yes, Councillor Bashir. Can you let me know which way?
Please.
4. Okay.
Don't leave it to me.
Okay, members, we have an equality of votes, 28 in favour, 28 against, and Mr Mayor, it's your casting vote.
4 for the amendment.
Sorry, was that in favour?
4 for the amendment. Yeah.
4 for the amendment, yep, okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So that is the amendment carried.
I never said a word.
Okay, members, so we are now moving on to the motion from Councillor Jamil as now amended by Councillor Allen. Okay, so this is the substantive motion. Can members please let me know if there is any objection to this? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, it looks like there isn't any. Oh, no, Councillor Murphy has raised objection. So we will go to the vote.
Yeah, if I could just raise it by an objection. I'm just wondering whether the mover wants us to accept or vote against it. It might help speed things along.
I'm happy for it to go through.
Okay.
Okay, in which case, can I take it that there is no objection, members? Okay, thank you. We will take that as carried. Members, we're now moving on then to the motion from Councillor Casey in relation to IT and education provision. If there's any objection to this, please raise your hand now. No, I'm not seeing any raised hands, so I'll take that as carried. Thank you, members. We're moving on to the motion now from Councillor Sanford in relation to large housing developments. Councillor Ayres, I believe we need to put you in the waiting room for this, which we will do now. Members, okay, so we're now moving on to the motion from Councillor Sanford in relation to large housing developments. Could you please raise your hand if there are any objections to this motion? Okay, it doesn't actually look like there's any objections to that, so I will take that as carried. Thank you, members, and I'll bring Councillor Ayres back in.
On Coles and the chair off.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ayres. Okay, members, so we are now moving on to the second motion from Councillor Sanford. So this is motion 6 in relation to the local plan and supplementary planning yes, the local plan and supplementary planning documents. Councillor Sanford has accepted the amendment from Councillor Seaton. So this is a vote on the substantive motion as amended by Councillor Seaton.
Agreed.
Councillor Sereste, sorry. So if you could let me know if there's any objection to this by raising your virtual hand. No? Okay, thank you, members. So that is carried. Moving on then to motion 7 from Councillor Day. Please could members let me know if there's any objection to this? Yes, it looks like there is. So we will move to the vote on the motion from Councillor Day, members. What's that? I don't know. Okay, again, when I read your name, please let me know whether you're in favour or against or abstaining. So, Councillor Aitken.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
For.
Councillor Allen.
Very much against.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
For.
Councillor Ayres.
Against.
Against. Thank you. Councillor Barkham.
Very much for.
Councillor Bashir.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bisbee.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Burbidge.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Against.
Councillor Sereste.
Against.
Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Day.
Yeah, poverty is a political choice, so very much for. Thank you.
Councillor Dowson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Farouk.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm against you.
Councillor John Fox.
Against.
Councillor Judy Fox.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hemraj.
For.
Councillor Hiller, I believe, is having some technical difficulties. Let me just
Yeah, one of the team's going to call in Pippa and so he can dial in. Okay, can you come back to him?
Yeah, we'll come back to him. Councillor Hogg.
Before, please.
For, thank you. Councillor Holditch.
Against.
Against. Councillor Howard.
Against, please.
Councillor Howell.
I regret the lack of debate. For.
Councillor Hussain.
For.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal. Sorry, was that for, Councillor Iqbal?
Yes. For.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil.
Definitely for.
Councillor Jones.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
Vote for Pippa to take people out of poverty, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lillis.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Nadeem.
Against.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
Against.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
For.
Councillor Over.
Against.
Councillor Keam.
For.
Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Rush.
Against.
Councillor Sanford.
I'm for.
Councillor Seaton.
Could have been withdrawn and debated next time. I'm against.
Councillor Shahid.
4, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons,
Against.
Councillor Skipstead,
In our current situation, definitely 4.
Councillor Walsh,
Current situation, definitely against.
Councillor Warren,
Against.
Councillor Wiggin,
For.
Councillor Yassine,
Definitely 4.
Councillor Jurgetine.
4, of course. Thank you, Pippa.
Okay, Councillor Hiller, are you able to?
No, we're struggling at the minute, Pippa. Just bear with us a minute, okay?
All right, councillors, if you could just bear with us while we
Sorry,
do
we're just having an issue.
difficulties.
Just whilst there's a pause, could I just raise a point of order? And I actually do appreciate that everyone's working really hard at the moment, but could we possibly try to get the electronic voting system sorted out in advance of the next meeting? Because this doing the roll call repeatedly is taking an inordinate amount of time.
Yes, agreed.
Agreed, Nick. We need to sort out and sort out the draft length of these meetings.
Agreed.
So much waffle.
Mr. Mayor, I do have my hand up. So I don't disagree with Councillor Sanford, but until there is either an opportunity to revisit a vote, if a member felt that after that vote was cast that their vote had been recorded improperly, then you can revisit it. Otherwise, I won't support it, because 2 of our members had their votes incorrectly recorded on one of the motions that was critical. So therefore, our group have no confidence in that system. Happy to support it if we can. Do it another way. If there's a dispute, fine.
Yes.
Councillor Hill is just trying to dial in at the moment. I think he's having problems, I'm afraid. So
May I make a suggestion which might help in the future? In the council, when we were using the electronic voting, up on the TV screen, you actually got the results of the vote and who voted and how they voted. Surely it cannot be beyond the ken of man in modern day technology to do exactly the same thing on a
Killer.
computer.
Peter Hiller, welcome.
Join the meeting.
Councillor Hiller, hello, can you hear me? Councillor Hiller?
Oh, I think he's still in the waiting room. Yeah, I think he's just.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Councillor Hiller, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Fabulous, thank you. So we're just in the vote for Councillor Day's motion. Can you please let me know whether you're in favour or against?
Councillor Day, I'm against that one, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you.
I also have votes pending for the previous motions. So I suppose that's relevant now.
No, I'm afraid not, Councillor. Members, so the results are in and it is an equality of votes. We have 28 in favour, 28 against. So again, Mr. Mayor, can you please confirm which way you would like to cast your casting vote?
Hello, Pippa. I'm voting against.
Against. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So members, that motion is defeated. Right, okay. So we are now moving on to the motion from Councillor Murphy on behalf of Councillor Amjad Iqbal. Members, there has been an alteration submitted by Councillor Murphy, which is set out in the additional information pack. Please could you let me know if there is any objection to moving the motion as altered by raising your virtual hand. All right, members, I'm not seeing any objections, so we will move on then to the motion as altered, which has been submitted by Councillor Murphy on behalf of Councillor Amjad Iqbal. Is there any objection to this motion? Okay, members, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Oh, yes, no, okay, so I am seeing now a hand raised in objection. In which case, we will move to the vote.
I'm sorry, Pippa, could I just ask a question?
Right, yes.
I've raised my hand because I'd like to know whether, if people wish to abstain on this, we would need to go through the protocol of the vote, person by person.
Yes, if you wish to formally abstain from the vote and have that recorded, then yes, you would need to go to the vote. Okay.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Just very quickly, for benefit of our group members, the position has changed since we met, in that the alteration that Councillor Murphy has added, I wouldn't be supporting that because we don't know enough about that to be able to agree it, and it's the last section of that, so I will be voting against it.
Right. Members, are we ready to move to the vote? Right, so Councillor Aitken.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Ali.
Didn't hear that.
Did he go there?
No, sorry, again, Councillor Ali.
For.
For, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Against on the basis of the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
For.
Councillor Ayres.
Against.
Councillor Barkham.
For.
Councillor Bashir.
Against.
Councillor Bisbee.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
For.
Councillor Sandra Bond.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Burbidge.
Against.
Councillor Casey.
Against.
Councillor Sereste.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Day.
For.
Councillor Dowson.
For.
Councillor Ellis.
For.
Councillor Farouk.
Against.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I forgot to say, I very much want to see it open, but I can't support this amendment, so I'm against.
Councillor John Fox.
For.
Councillor Judy Fox.
For.
Councillor Harper.
I'm against, Pippa.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
For.
Councillor Hemorrhage. For. Councillor Hiller.
Against.
Councillor Hogg.
For.
Councillor Holditch.
Against as amended.
Councillor Howard.
Against.
Councillor Howell.
For.
Councillor Hussain.
For.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
For.
Councillor Azar Iqbal.
Against, please.
Councillor Jamil.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
All from me, Pippa.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Lillis.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For, thank you very much.
Councillor Nadeem.
Against.
Councillor Gulnawaz.
Against.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
For Pippa.
Councillor Over.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keum.
For, please.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
For.
Councillor Rush.
Against.
Councillor Sanford.
I'm for.
Councillor Seaton.
Against.
Councillor Shahid.
For, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simons.
Against.
Councillor Skibstead.
For.
Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just lost the picture for a moment. No, I'm against.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Warren.
Against.
Councillor Wiggin.
For.
Councillor Yassin.
For, please.
Thank you. Councillor Yergatine.
For, please, Pippa. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, members. The results are in and it is 31 in favour, 25 against, and so the motion is carried. Okay, members, so that was the last motion. So we're moving on to reports to council. The first one of these is the political balance and allocation of committee seats. It's agenda item 14A. Members, is there any objection? If there's any objection, please raise your virtual hand now. Okay, it doesn't look like there is, so I'll take that as agreed. Thank you, members. The next item is agenda item 14B. It's chair and vice chair of the Children in Education Scrutiny Committee. We're going to split these into two items, members. So the first vote is on the chair of the Children in Education Scrutiny Committee to be appointed as Councillor Over. So if there are any objections to this, please raise your virtual hand now.
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. It's not an objection to that councillor being the chair at all. I want to ask for clarification on the point of order. If it comes to a vote, can the councillors who this affects actually take part in the vote? Because obviously they have an interest.
Yeah.
Yes, you could vote for yourself. Yes, you could vote for yourself.
You do it at annual council.
Sorry, I'm asking the officers of the council, not councillors, and what it's advice or a ruling and clarification. Because quite frankly, you could be voting for your own allowance in one of them or your own position. So I think to err on the side of caution, they shouldn't be voting on this. I think the first one we're all going to agree anyway.
Why would we not agree the second?
Councillor Murphy, that when we normally do this at full council, everybody votes for themselves in these positions. There's nothing to say that you can't. Equally, members are entitled to vote on their own alliances by law, so there's no restriction on the participants voting on this matter.
Thank you for the clarification from the monitoring officer. When we normally vote it on council, we have a leader's declaration of what's happening. We don't go to the vote on it on individual councillors where the pecuniary interest is so clear.
How long has this bloke been at council?
All right, thank you, members. To reiterate, is there any, if you If there is any objection to appointing Councillor Over as chair of the committee, please raise your virtual hand now. Okay, I'm not seeing any objection to that. Am I, Councillor Hogg? Are you objecting to that?
Just back to that same question as before, we need to go to the vote if we're wishing to abstain. Is that right?
We do, yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, members, so we're going to the vote then on the first part of the proposal in relation to Councillor Over as chair. So when I call your name, please let me know how you would like to vote. Let me get my paper in order. Okay, Councillor Aitken, please. 4. 4. Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Ash.
4.
Councillor Ayres.
4.
Councillor Barkham.
Abstaining.
Councillor Bashir. Councillor Bashir. Okay, Councillor Bashir, I'll come back to you at the end. Councillor Bisbee.
4.
Councillor Andrew Bond.
Abstain.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Sandra Bond.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Burbidge.
4.
Councillor Casey.
4.
Councillor Sereste.
4.
Councillor Coles.
4.
Councillor Day.
Abstain.
Councillor Dowson.
4.
Councillor Ellis.
4.
Councillor Farouk.
4.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
I am 4.
Thank you. Councillor John Fox.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Fox.
4.
Councillor Harper.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Abstain.
Councillor Hemorrhage.
4.
Councillor Hiller.
4.
Councillor Hogg.
Abstain.
Councillor Holditch.
4.
Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Hussain.
4.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal.
4. Please.
Councillor Jamil.
4.
Councillor Jones.
4, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
4, please, Pippa.
Thank you. Councillor Lane.
4.
Councillor Lillis.
Abstain.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Nadeem.
Ooh.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
4.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
4.
Sorry, Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
4, please, Pippa.
4, thank you. Councillor Over.
4.
4. Councillor Keum. 4. 4, thank you. Councillor Robinson.
4.
Councillor Rush.
4.
Councillor Sandford.
I would like to abstain, please. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Seaton.
4.
Councillor Shahid.
Abstain, please, Pippa.
Councillor Simon.
4.
Councillor Skibstead.
4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
4.
Councillor Wigan.
Where to put my finger down? Do you want to come out?
Sorry, Councillor Wigan, are you having trouble? Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of background noise. I heard several voices at the same time. I'm abstaining, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yazin.
4, please.
And Councillor Jurgensen.
4, please.
Thank you. And yes, if members could just keep their microphones on mute when they're not speaking, please. Right, yes, of course. So Councillor Bashir. Councillor Bashir.
4, please.
Thank you. Okay, members, thank you. So that's 45 in favour, 0 against and 11 abstaining. So that is carried. Members. So we will now move on to the vote on the second part of this report in relation to the Vice Chair and appointing Councillor Coles. Right, so we'll just move directly to the vote, I think.
Councillor Fitzgerald, do you wish to speak?
Only that I would remind members of our earlier conversation about being nice, kind and polite when dealing with other members before we take this vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Councillor Aitken, please. Councillor Aitken?
Sorry, 4.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ali?
Against.
Councillor Allen?
4.
Shocking.
Councillor Ash?
Abstain.
Abstain, was that?
Yeah, abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ayres?
4.
Councillor Barkham?
Abstention.
Councillor Bashir?
Can't believe it. She shouldn't be here.
Members, can we please make sure our microphones are on mute, please? Councillor Bashir? Okay. Councillor Bisbee?
Or just to let you know that I think she's having some health emergency problems.
Councillor Andrew Bond? Abstain. Thank you. Councillor Sandra Bond?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
4.
Councillor Burbidge?
4.
Councillor Casey?
4.
Councillor Sureste?
4.
Councillor Coles?
4.
Councillor Day?
Against.
Councillor Dowson? Councillor Dowson? Councillor Dowson, can you turn your microphone on for me, please? Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Dowson. Councillor Ellis?
Against.
Didn't. Register again.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Dowson, can you let me know what's your vote?
Against.
Against, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Farouk.
For.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
It's definitely 4.
Thank you. Councillor John Fox.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Fox.
4.
Councillor Harper.
4.
Councillor Haynes.
Abstain.
Councillor Hemraj.
Against.
Against. Councillor Hiller.
4.
Councillor Hogg.
Abstain.
Councillor Holditch.
4.
Councillor Howard.
4.
Councillor Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Hussain.
Against.
Councillor Amjad Iqbal.
Against.
Councillor Azhar Iqbal.
4, please.
Councillor Jamil.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against, please, Pippa.
Councillor Joseph.
Against from me, Pippa, thank you.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Lillis.
Abstain.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Nadeem.
Ooh.
Councillor Gul Nawaz.
4.
Councillor Shaz Nawaz.
Against, Pippa.
Thank you. Councillor Over.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Keam.
Against.
Councillor Robinson.
Against.
Councillor Rush.
4.
Councillor Sandford.
I would again like to abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Seaton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Abstain, please, Pippa.
Thank you. Councillor Simons.
4.
Councillor Skipstead.
Against.
Councillor Walsh.
Yes, I'm 4.
Councillor Warren.
4.
Councillor Wiggin.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Yassine.
Against.
And Councillor Yagateen.
Against.
Members.
Pippa, can I just tell you I'm accepting Kim Aiken's volunteering to go onto that committee on the spare place as well, please.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Holditch. Councillor Bashir, are you able to tell us your vote?
4, please.
4, okay. Okay, fabulous. Thank you, members. So we have 28 in favour, 17 against and 11 abstaining. So that is carried. Thank you. So our final item of the evening is agenda item 14C, the draft programme of meetings. Is there any objection to that proposal, members? Please raise your hand.
Agreed.
I'm not seeing any raised hands, so I will take that as carried. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you, member. And that is the end of the tonight meeting. Thank you.